started streaming. Pause this. Pause this nonsense. Alright, so we got a lot to do. We shall waste no time. Here are the things we have to do. Roadmap, update news, clean up this list a bit, finish commit from Friday, tackle the new roadmap. Alright, so it's the week of 11/23. And we're not going to do any of this stuff. Let me make sure I've put this into some other section. I don't know. Maybe here. Yeah. This is from when I had started planning the roadmap. Okay, great. So yeah, 11/23. This is done. Look at this. Lasted 12 days. We've been using plain tasks for 12 days. And I guess I don't hate its guts, although there are some quirks. And actually, something I just noticed right now. I'm surprised I never noticed this before. The background color of titles, well, ignore the highlighted line, but the background color of title lines is darker than the rest of them. Why would they do this? Okay. got some cool news. Cool news. I was gonna say cool new news, but all news is news. And we're gonna write this out. So here we go. This is what we're gonna work on. We're going to get to team deathmatch. So the first things to do are of this week. Oh, and by the way, it's a 3-day week. I'll be doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So the first things are, get discrete matches, teams. And then once we have that, it's get secondary objectives and buffs. Get the buff system in. I think the buff system. We're going to do that. Buff system. Actually, yeah. Major/minor buff system. Then it's secondary objectives. And then a notification system. Now, this is not all something I can accomplish this week, so I think we cut out the notification system and we aim for this stuff this week. Yeah. Yep. Okay, let's save this as Botland holiday prototype. I don't know. Where is everybody today? Am I even online? Nobody said good morning to me. Alright, we're gonna do this. And so I think the roadmap is done. I think we've at least made it. I don't know how much of this we can get done in 3 days. I think this is gonna be done hopefully this morning. Teams maybe by the end of the day. Major and minor buff system, if we do all of tomorrow and then this all of Wednesday, I think we should be pretty good. Hey, Oscroak. Yay! Somebody said good morning. Okay. What next? So, roadmap, done. Update news. Yes. Recap 10 does not exist, is no longer true. There is a recap 10, and we're going to get to it. We go to bot.land, and we go to, gotta substrate. There we go. Wow, 16 views. Thanks, everyone. Hey, Sumath. All right. Yeah, so let's put this here. It's melee and leaderboard. Then this. Okay, great. And then other news is design has been trucking. Ask for details. Hey, Panda. How's the back? The back is doing much better. Also, I've started doing yoga. I always see yoga as anti-programming. It's like as far as programming from you can get. As far as you can get from programming. That's what I meant to say. And so a lot of what you do when you're sitting down is you probably can't tell because I'm wearing a black shirt, but you're leaning forward and your shoulders are kind of hunched. And what I need to do is I need to make sure that my shoulders get stretched this way as well, but also it's my lower back too. So I started this YouTube 30-day series and I'm done with 2 days of it now. So we'll see. See how it ends up working. So update news, I think that's done. Is there any other news? Oh, yeah. One other thing. So remember, only streaming for 3 days this week. Mon to wed. Yeah, and so part of this is I don't stream Thursdays anyway, although Thursday is Thanksgiving for those of you in the US. And Friday, I am going to be gone. So it's really Friday that I'm taking off. And I've had this written on the schedule now for like a week or two. I'm trying not to take off just random days, but it's the holiday season and it's going to be a little bit harder to keep a consistent schedule. So yeah, on Wednesday night or maybe Thursday, we're going on a road trip until like Sunday. So I won't even be around to stream. I probably can't even record a recap video. In fact, I should probably write that down. May not even be able to record a recap video. I'd like to though. And I'd actually kind of like to know what you guys think of the recap video that I have here, which I just pasted in the chat. Is this too information sparse? It's, yeah, not much happened, but also I keep them short. So for maybe 30 seconds, I'm talking about meta content, and then for only a minute am I talking about the real content. So update news, I think this is done. Clean up this list a bit. Yes, this definitely needs to be done because I have too much stuff here. This bug I think we fixed. Wait, what? I thought Alt Shift U was the open link button. Zoinks, you've taken a wrong turn. It's probably been deleted? Who would have deleted that image? Also, that's cute. The googly eyes. Wait, but seriously, someone deleted their... Huh, I guess so. Well, it's fine, because I don't really need it. Document Babel RC. This is something I'm not sure about. And npm view Babel. What does that do exactly? I should really write down what this does. Looks like it just shows me the package JSON for this. Oh, no. It tells me which versions can be installed. Okay. Shows which versions can be installed. Document that when you install a new node version, run npm rebuild. Okay, I'm going to cram this into a list really fast off screen so that I can just get this off of this list for right now. And then we'll continue on. So I have something about debugging here. TLDR of the entire debugging node. Better debugging TLDR from this day. So it's, oops, oh God. The shortcuts in OneNote are very different from the shortcuts in Google Docs, and they're very different from the ones in Word. Well, actually I'm not sure about how they're different from the ones in Word. I'm getting a call right now from a number I don't recognize. I think I'll just leave it. Oh yeah, let's finish typing this up. So it is run node inspector. It's what you guys can see on my screen over there. And then run your node application with dash dash debug flag. Okay, good. So this is done. When you install a new node version, run npm rebuild. I don't even know where I'd say this. This note that I have is already so large, I don't know how searchable it is. So when installing a new node version, e.g. upgrading from 0.12.5 to 4.x, make sure to run npm rebuild to rebuild any native binaries. Okay, so that's fine. npm view. And this is shows which versions of a particular package can be installed. Okay, yeah, so I think we're pretty good. Now we've got these things left over here. Hey, Void Dreamer. So emailing Wouter about the site, emailing Quantum K about the wiki, this is definitely something I have to do. I'm going to try to make it a point to get this done tonight. So let's throw this into a notepad file over here. And document Babel RC, I don't think we're even going to do that. Because I'm not even totally sure. We don't have a Babel RC anymore. And I never figured, oh wait, we do. Oh, but it's empty. But we already had that documented. So I'm just going to delete this from the list. So clean up this list a bit is kind of done. Oh, also, let's take a look at the server and see what's going on with its memory. Yeah, let's type this over here. Okay, so Control L, Control Alt, numpad, division sign, clear scroll back, screen dash RD, and let's see what we got here. Okay, good. Wait, possibly not good. I started this, oh actually you can see it over here. I started this with max old space size of 300. Void Dreamer says, I took a beginning Angular course at Code School last night. Angular is off the chain. Yeah, I looked into Angular when I was figuring out, do I want to use React? Do I want to use jQuery? Do I want to use Angular? And I decided against Angular. I'm not totally sure what my reasons were, but it did look like a good library or framework or whatever you want to call it. Let me whisper botland bot game. Okay, there we go. All right, now let me try connecting to the server. Let's take a look at what happens to memory usage as I connect. So we're at 381. If we go to play.bot.land and I connect with my new password. Yeah, I made sorry for downtime bots. And these bots are actually kind of interesting, well, a little bit at least. Here's their code. Their code is, first it checks to see if a shared variable is set, and if not, it sets it to 0. Then it increments it and sets the behavior equal to whatever the shared variable is, modulus 4. So it's either going to be 0, 1, 2, or 3. Now we do all our logic in here, and then we pick a target based on what our behavior is. So either our target's going to be the upper left, the lower right, or the upper right. And that's it. And then every alternate, like now the next bot that gets deployed is going to, well, they won't necessarily go to the empty space, but yeah. So neat, and these bots were just supposed to survive. So if you guys want to play the game, actually maybe I should lower the purchase cost for this week because you don't get, well, you kind of do get time. I don't know, we'll have to figure this out. We'll probably still run giveaways and everything. I don't know if this code is even worth saving. It's not great code or anything, and I could probably just rewrite it, but let's keep it for now. Okay, great. What's up next? So this stuff, I feel like we should be archiving a lot of this. Make a journaling system. This is something that just goes in our to-do list, not our roadmap to do. Did that not paste incorrectly? Oh, there we go. Okay, so discrete games is on our new roadmap. Make sure you can open the leaderboard by default. It isn't sent until the simulation server setup. Set and render the timer, game states, etc. Okay, let's delete all of this. We will archive this. This was the roadmap to do for 11/16, so week of 11/16. And now we do, oh wait, this isn't done either. This needs to go into our to-do list. All right, we're almost done cleaning up these lists though, then we can start coding. So this needs to go into the to-do list down here. Perfect. Good. And now we should be able to archive this entire chart. So let's try it out. What happened? What's this little caret here? Oh, it's a bookmark. Okay. Neat. All right, so now here's our new roadmap. Roadmap to do week of 11/23. All right, discrete games. So we had the planning done, and we'd already started coding. Yeah, and we got a decent amount of stuff done here. Let's start up a server. Let's see what it is that's going on right now. I believe, oh, I remember what happened. The timer is being set correctly, and so is the phase of the game. And we're just not rendering the timer yet. So we need to render the timer at some point. Oh, also we need to fix this hack. So maybe we start rendering the timer and then we work out this stuff. I'm just getting a grip on where I was on Friday. And I think we're doing pretty well here. Yeah, we are. Okay, so let's make a new component. Let's go into our... Oh, by the way, what we're working toward, now that there are a few people watching, is mostly this. So I told you guys that, and hey, Roving Eye, I told you guys that we've been really trying to refine the design of Botland. Some things that were going to be here pretty much no matter what is like the core of automation. You're going to be able to write code for your bots. You're going to be able to customize what hardware you have in some sense, not necessarily this way. So, and then bots are going to do battle with each other. That was all going to be there. So it's not like anything we've done has been in vain. But after that, it was, how do we make the game as fun as possible for people? How do we make it so that you want to keep playing, that you feel like you're rewarded for playing, that you feel like you have decisions you can make during a game? And that's what we've been talking about a lot. So here's the system that we've settled on. And Senpai noticed me. Here's the system that we settled on for now. So we're going to have, and I'll probably say this a couple times throughout today. We're going to have a primary objective in each game, and for now it's just always deathmatch, which means just get the most kills. So the way that you win every game is by getting the most kills at the end of the game, and it'll be a team versus another team. So it's a very clear win condition. It's just like most sports that exist, just have the most points at the end of the game. Great. Okay. Secondary objectives though, and these are what will rotate, and these will be something like, I didn't write out what some of these would be, so I'll give you some examples at least. So possible secondary objectives could be something like, what do I need this sign? Top X people, well, it's like harvest resources, or it's I don't know, something else. So let's say top 5 people after 3 minutes will win, and I'll put that in quotes. So let's talk about what this means. First of all, let's say there are 2 teams and it's a 5 versus 5. So each team has 5 players. Top 5 people after 3 minutes does not necessarily mean that all of these people are coming from the same team. So it could be that they are, and it could be that there's like 2 and 3, 2 from one team and 3 from another team. And so what winning means, this is just the secondary objective. What winning means is that when this is all done, these people will get what we're calling a major buff. And the people who don't get a major buff get a minor buff. So everybody gets something. And the question is, what are these things then? What are these major and minor buffs? Well, I'll write this out again here too. Like, there are going to be tons of these. So possible buffs. There might be something like plus % damage, and I could draw out what that means too for this. This could be like major version is plus 15% and minor version is plus 5%. And maybe, I don't know, there'd be millions of these things. There'd be conditional ones. There'd be like plus % damage when your bot's X coordinate is an even number. And now this might, since it's conditional, it might be even crazier. I don't know, something like this. So there are going to be hundreds of these things eventually, and some will be really straightforward. Like plus damage is something I can understand. As any kind of player of the game, I get, okay, yeah, this lets my lasers do more damage. This lets my artillery do more damage. They're understandable, but they require some code change, and it's code change within a match. So what's going to happen is you'll get the choice of a buff, and it'll be 1 out of 3 things that you can pick. So you only get 1 of them. So if you see, if let's say both of these show up, you might say, I don't know how to code, so I'm just not going to pick this one. So you instead go for the very straightforward one, and then everyone else can get minor buffs. And so I'll talk about this more, and we're going to code this hopefully starting this week and next week. Void Dreamer says, also, Adam, maybe something you can check out after the stream if you haven't heard of it. And not that you need offline references, but I found an app called Velocity last night. It allows you to download documentation for lots of different things, Node, React, Redis, Android, etc. for offline reference for APIs. Void Dreamer, that does sound helpful as far as coding on, let's say, an airplane, or if you're not around Wi-Fi. I think for me in particular, I probably don't need it, but I do appreciate it. And Panda says, have you thought about adding Critical Strike? So yeah, so all of these things that we've considered adding and that we decided against it because it it would add perhaps too much randomness. This is a good place to add it in for the buffs. The buffs are a place for there to be controlled randomness. But in the game, we wanted to avoid as much randomness as we could have since it's a game about automation. Now, here's where we can turn these rules upside down a bit. And this is what we're going to be working toward. And so the first thing we need to do is get to the point where it's a team deathmatch. Right now, it is a free-for-all deathmatch, and there are no discrete games. So we're going to finish this discrete game format up. Then we're going to work on teams. And this is all what I've written in the roadmap this morning. Discrete matches. Then we got teams. Then we're going to work on this buff system. Then we're going to work on secondary objectives. So I expect that as a 3-day week, this is a good set of goals to have. And a lot of this will be clearer once I start coding this. So very first thing on Monday, we're going to just delete this now. So yeah. And so one of the things I'd been talking about since kind of the beginning of my streaming was, oh yeah, Botland is going to be a strategy game. You're going to have like deathmatch and capture the flag and all these other modes. Well, now it sounds like all these other modes might manifest themselves as secondary objectives, which means you could ignore them if you want. And Roving Eye, yeah, it's a 3-day week. So I don't normally stream on Thursdays anyway, but this Friday I'm also taking off. So I'm going to be going on a road trip as of Thursday. So I'm only taking off really Friday. Oh, by the way, that's been on the schedule for a long time. I know you guys probably don't read the schedule anymore, but if you look beneath the info section, wait for this to load. Yeah, so here we go, schedule. And I said no streams until Monday, 11:30. And then before today, what this used to say is the next day off is going to be Black Friday. And so I'll always try to keep this updated. But yeah, this will be a 3-day week. I'll try to say it again on Wednesday and then maybe put up a different title on Wednesday night. All right, so what I want to do now is I want to make a component for this countdown timer. And perhaps it should just be part of the leaderboard for now. I don't know. I don't think it should be. No, it should be a new component. It's an incredibly simple component, though. So let's think of how this needs to be done, or if it even needs to be done right now. Because rendering a timer is what we're getting to. I think we do this in another commit. Yeah. Am I going to the Black Friday sales? No, probably not. We're going to a... Well, I don't know if I want to say where we're going. Yeah, we're going on a road trip. And I don't think Black Friday sales are going to be part of this road trip. So let's do this, the rendering the timer part after this commit. So for right now, it's just clean up what I had. And then it'll be transitioning between phases of the game. So I'll say game phases. Let's say pre-game, in-game, post-game, and transitions. So is there anything else to consider here? As far as rendering, oh, I said just do this in Pixie. I don't know if that's a good idea. Or I could do it with a DOM element that ignores click events. Think about this from a data binding perspective. Okay, yeah, so let's clean up the commit that I have right now. And I've already committed one of the mortal sins of programming, use of global variables. So we're going to need to change that. In game state, I'm going to clarify what this is. So let's go into client main, game state equals null. That's not even done here. Client main, game state equals, there it is. And the type of this is going to be a game state, I believe, right? That's its own, yeah, that's its own thing. So there we go. And the type of this is a camera, of course. Good to have this information around. Have you seen Scala.js? No, I have not. Okay, good, good. That hack is now gone. All right, so all of that code looks fine to me. The simulation server, this is fine. It definitely belongs in a server class. Although, yeah. I should definitely put a comment there. All right. We call this from here because there's no concept of a client joining a simulation server for right now. Yeah, and I guess I'll put a date in there for that. Okay. I'm happy with all of this then, except for this and a comment. So let's come back to the game server in a second. The comment I need to put is in here in the constants file. We have game phases. These represent where we are in a particular match, and it's an enum string. Scala is functional, strongly typed language. JS compiles to JavaScript. Oh, okay. I felt like it had to be something like that. Yeah, the thing that blew my mind, I only found out about this 2 or 3 weeks ago. There's something out there. Is it Emscripten? Something that can compile C++ to JavaScript. Yeah, I think it's this. Yeah, which I thought was crazy. Also, who's doing that? It's Monadic Bind. This is probably from the giveaway from last week. Don't think it's lazy like Haskell. That seems to be big here. And I guess the performance of these things is not bad, which is pretty good for people who don't necessarily want to use JavaScript but still want to target the web. Okay, so game state. I don't think this is worth commenting because this is a server version of it, which is just adding a serialized function, but I do think this is worth commenting. So this represents the current phase of the, I could call it game phase, current phase of the game, and how much longer until we transition to the next one. I don't know. We might change how this works in a bit. But anyway, game server. We got to figure out a way to do this so that we're not just making it global. And the only reason we need the global is in connection manager where we send it out, I believe. Oh, we use it in 2 places. Okay, but here it doesn't matter. This could just be this, because this inherits from a game server. Yeah, and game server is what has this. Okay, great. So that one's fixed. So then the only question we have here is we have game state is needed in the connection manager, and we don't have it. I guess what we could do is we could pass in the game server here to the connection manager. And then the question becomes, is that a good idea or not? So where do we make a game server? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, here's the small problem. And it's not a crazy problem or anything, but it's the connection manager needs to send the game state. So the solution that I'm thinking of is give the connection manager a reference to the game server. And that way I can just access the game state itself. I don't know if there are any other places where this might come in handy. I feel like I'm already using the arena. Yeah, and I'm doing so in a bad way. Arena was created. Yep. So yeah, we're going to need to change this. In fact, I wonder if just getting a reference to main is a better idea. What do we have in server main? Is there anything else here that might matter? For now, no. I don't think so. Like, that stuff's definitely not important. We have the connection manager. We have the software validator. Yep, I think we need to pass it a game server. Okay, well, we've sort of prepared for this. Here we have a publish for this. and this is in the game server. So we're gonna change this to debug game server, and we're gonna pass in just this. And then we're gonna change all of the code as a result of this. So let's get rid of all of this hack stuff here. So now we no longer have a global, we no longer have the arena being sent out. The only thing that listened to the arena was the connection manager. And now, oh, we might not even need this player depot. Yeah, we don't technically need that anymore. Debug arena, debug player depot. So we have the player depot here. And we have the arena. Both of these can be obtained from the game server. So let's do this. Let's do get player depot, return this dot player depot, get arena. Hey Krusty. Get arena is going to be return this dot arena. All right, let's only send over the game server now. And what is debug kill? Oh, this is the slash kill message. This is the player, this is the self kill message that players can provide. All right, yeah. So as far as this debug game server stuff goes, let's change how this code is working. I'm gonna get rid of this code. It doesn't really matter. I don't think anyone's even on the server right now. We'll have to figure that out as time goes on. So we have debug game server, and we're gonna say game server was created, or how about this, received game server. Okay, so, and what do we get rid of here? We got rid of player depot was created and arena was created. So player depot was created. Yeah, we're gonna delete this, and arena was created. This is how we get a reference to the game server, which gives us the arena and player depot. And we can save off references here to all of this. I wrote here, I don't think this should even be passed into the connection manager. The problem is the connection manager needs to delegate some of this stuff. Like, hey, the player wants anything, like the arena state, for example. And how does the connection manager go about fetching that at that point? Well, there could be some interface passed in for this is what I want. But this is more than just a connection manager. It's also a message router. I think I should write that in here. This also handles messages sent on any of these connections. For that reason, this is not purely netcode. It is also dispatching code. Okay, yeah, and let's see where we're going with this. I think if we said like this dot game server equals null, we could save off references to all of this stuff, but we should probably always access things based on the game server. So let's say the instance of the game server used for getting the player depot and the arena at the very least. Yeah, and player depot should be capitalized here. Okay, so now when we receive the game server, we just say this dot game server equals game server. And then every time we use the player depot or we use the arena, that needs to change now. Player depot. So we use the player depot in 5 locations. Saving this off is not a terrible idea, so long as we never update references after that. Well, here's the other thing we can do. We can say const player depot equals this dot game server dot get player depot, and then we can make use of this. There. Okay. So that'll work. And same thing here. It's this dot game server dot get player depot. And then there's one other place, and that's right here. So we say player depot equals get player depot, and then we get rid of the this is here. All right, there. So that's good. Next, arena. We have at least one reference to this dot arena here. Yeah, kill all. Let's get rid of that. Actually, do we still have this? I'll say this dot game server dot get arena. That way we update that too. Oh, we need to bind it. Okay, well, I'm not a big fan of this anymore, but let's just keep it that way for now. Okay, so here we're just routing. Here we get the arena entities. So now the entire game should still work exactly like how it used to, except for we don't have that hack. Let's try it out, and let's make sure that everything works, and then we'll check in, and then we'll work on the timer rendering. And we'll need to verify this wherever we've done this. So yeah, let's look through all the code again. This is fine. This is also fine. Yeah. This is fine. That should work at least. Well, we're about to find out. So here we go. Here's where certain things have changed. And we need to search for debug. Actually, let's search for exactly this string. There. It should show up at least twice in the code base. Oh, unfortunately, it shows up many times. So let's search for a quote at the beginning of this. Okay, yep. And then these two, these are fine. Debug kill, that's just for now, it's a debug function I gave. So I'm happy with that. So that part works. And I'll write, excuse me, I'll write something in here about the game server. Hey, Zate. I'll write something in here about the game server and okay. A true networking interface wouldn't have game specific, oh man, I can't type today. Game specific code like this, but this class is also a dispatcher, which means it's gonna need some of this stuff. All right, so here's what we got to test. And I'll write out some of these test cases just in Notepad really fast. And we're just going to manually test this. It's not like we're going to write test cases for this right now, although we should have them eventually. We're going to test log in twice as the same player. We're going to test, what else do we have here? Getting the arena, get or create player, yes, yes, yes. Oh, typing /online. Type /online. Make sure that returns the correct stuff. Then finally connecting as a second player. Yeah, let's just try that. Connect as two players. And deploying bots. So basically play the game is what we're going to test. And I think that's it, and then I think we're done. We have game state here. We have get player depot and get arena. We need a comment, but these are like super easy. We're just going to say that this returns the player depot and that this returns the arena. Okay, good. So those are commented. I don't care about that stuff now. And I think the rest of this is all fine. Yep, yep. And yep. And yep. Yeah, all the rest of this is fine. And we commented this class. Good. So then let's do these tests. Okay, here we go. So we're going to start localhost. We're going to start this again over here. And what we should see at first is the simulation server running. Good. And we should be able to deploy bots ourselves. Probably good. I didn't really look at what color. Yeah, and these bots are moving. Great. All right, so let's connect over here as missiles, and let's connect over here as melee. And we'll deploy a missiles bot over here, just like I did in the recap video. And there we go. Nope, something's wrong. Something's wrong. What happened? Uh-oh. Cannot read properties serialize of undefined. Huh. Huh. Serialize of undefined. Oh, whoops. God, the whole reason we did this is so we can get rid of this global.gamestate, and I never fixed the global.gamestate. So we need to go into game server again, and where we have gamestate, we need to write a get gamestate function. So return this .gamestate, and then let's comment that here for return gamestate. Good. And then in the connection manager, I shouldn't be losing my voice after 34 minutes of streaming. We'll say this dot, well, let's do this here, I guess. Const game state equals this dot get game state. And we delete that, restart the server. This is going to reboot both clients, so let's refresh both of these, and then we need to wait for this to finish up. So while that's working, let's just take a look at this. So we're sending the, this should be based on the game state, I'll say. Yeah, okay. And also, what's our memory usage here? Like, I want to make sure this doesn't just keep creeping up. The whole point of me starting this with that V8 option was so that that doesn't happen. So we're going to need to keep an eye on that. Also, unfortunately, the server takes so long to load now. I don't know why this is still going. What is going on with my RAM usage? Oh, there it goes. As soon as I start to check something. Okay, well, let's try it out. So we connect over here as missiles. We connect over here as melee. So they're both connected. Let's try deploying some bots. So we're going to put melee over here. And let's put like level 1 cloaking. I don't really, it doesn't need to be anything crazy. Okay, great. They're moving around. They're having a blast. Next we go over here and we put missiles and regen. Okay. All right. Looks like that stuff's going fine. So we type /online and we get both of these are working. And now when we try connecting again, who is this one? Who am I? This is missiles. So let's try connecting as melee. It'll close this game out. So when I connect on the left tab over here, we'll close the right one out. Yeah, you were just connected from another device closing this session. And now this one stopped responding completely. So that's fine. And the user should know what's happening because they should have connected from a second device. Yep, and everything looks good. We were sent all the bots in the arena, all the resources, everything's at the same position in both of these. Are the leaderboards the same? Yep, they're exactly the same, which is good. Yeah, everything's fine then. Cool. And by the way, missiles is slightly winning because I gave missiles more hardware than I gave melee. Well, melee, I refreshed the tab, but yeah. So that makes more sense. They're just making more use of these. Whew. All right, now we've committed less programming hackery to here. Let's say added in a game state. There is a game phase, e.g. pre-game, in-game, but it's not used yet. And there's a timer, which isn't used yet. But the game state is currently sent to connecting players and works in single player as well. Okay, and I've looked over the code for this like a million times. Let's push because I don't remember the last time that I did this. And I don't like losing code. So let's do that. What key am I pressing on my keyboard right now? There we go. All right, keyboard camera should be back on. Great. All right. So that should be done. Plan how this will work is technically not what that was called, but we've started that, and now that's done. Okay, good. Next, rendering the timer. So I wrote here originally, just do this in Pixie. This timer is going to be very important. So Botland, oops, did I close that? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. So check this out. Here's how a Botland game will work according to our current vision. So from -1 minutes to 0 minutes. So this is before the game started. Now, to clarify this, imagine you're sitting on the title screen of Botland and you get options for single player and multiplayer. Let's just say multiplayer immediately deposited you into a game. That game doesn't start for 1 minute still, and there's a reason for this. So if this were something like Counter-Strike, it'd probably be annoying for that to happen because you're like, I'm in the game, I want to play. But here, you're presented with your first option before the game's even really started. And that's your major buff, which everybody gets at the beginning of the match. Now, this is going to tweak gameplay slightly, but it's always a benefit. So you get to pick that and then change any code should you need to. So then for the first minute of the game, there's nothing special happening. It's still just get as many kills as you can. At the first minute of the game, at the 1 minute mark, you are presented with your first objective. And the objective is something that everyone's going to have and is going to be competing for as teams, pretty much. So that's where it might be something like harvest a bunch of resources. Harvesting resources does not necessarily help you kill bots. So this is an objective that you're probably going to want to do, but that you don't necessarily have to do. So for the next 3 minutes, it's adjusting your strategies to best accomplish that objective. Then at 4 minutes, everybody gets another buff, but this time it's based on how well you did in that last 3 minutes. So if you got, oh, I should say recalling here, not self-killing. If you got a major buff, then you're going to get better. If you got a minor buff, then you're only going to get slightly better. And then you have, wait a second. This wasn't written correctly, was it? Oh, no, this is right. Okay, good. Yeah, then at the 6 minute mark, you get your next objective. There are only 2 objectives in the game, really. So you get your second, which is your final one. And this one is going to be something different. So if the first one was harvest resources, then this one might be something like, I don't know, go capture a point on the map. And we're not totally sure how all this is going to work yet. But for now, we'll come up with something. Then again, you run through this same part in the game where you get to pick what buff you have. And now for the last 3 minutes of the game, you're just aiming for points. That's it. There's no more objectives. There's no more picking buffs. There's no more anything else. It's just how do I get as many kills as possible. And then after that, and this will not be the way that it works in pre-beta, is you can just look at stats. However, for the pre-beta, since we can't just leave you there forever, you maybe only get like 3 minutes. So that's how things are going to work, and we're slowly marching toward that. So that's why the whole reason I mentioned all of that is because the timer is pretty important. This game is on a pretty tight clock, and you want to know where you are in that clock. So we want to render this on the screen. We could do it in the DOM. The actual timer component shouldn't be too bad, but it's how do I populate that? So let's see. We could just make a React component that renders a string. Like, that's literally all this thing would be. It would be div like this dot props dot time remaining. Time remaining. And sure, there might be some formatting on this. If this just shows you a number of milliseconds left, it's not really usable. But okay, that's all this component needs to do. So the question is, how do we get this dot props dot time remaining? And that means that something somewhere needs to update the Redux store that we have. So this means that, and well, this would be this dot props dot like timer state dot something. This means that there needs to be a reducer for handling game state, which is interesting. We have in our simulation server, we have an update, which is going to call the super update, which is going to update the game state. However, we don't ever update the client game state. And we need to make sure, well, we have a game state here. Actually, there's no problem with doing this, is there? No, there isn't. All right, this shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, so main can do this. Main can do this. Okay, so now it's just a question of coding it. And then also, where do we show it and what else do we want to do in little things? But I think this will be totally doable. Okay, so let's get to it. We're going to make a component. We're going to take the smallest possible component that we have, which looks like this one, chat message. And we're going to just save this as countdown timer. Do we want countdown timer or just timer? I think timer. Let's call it timer. Or, well, yeah, whatever, timer, fine. Okay, so this is now a timer. All right, next, our div here is just going to show, let's say, style. So let's make this like big honkin' red text. font size is going to be like 4 EM. The goal is just make sure that when this is showing, we can see it. And the text is going to be, let's say, time remaining. And we're going to say time remaining for now is just like, we're just going to hard code this to 2 minutes, or maybe something like this, 2:06. I don't know. Yeah, great. Next, Botland app now needs to make use of this timer. So let's import timer. Whoop. Don't know what I just did. Let's import timer from here and then make use of it somewhere down here. I don't really know where this should be. Maybe just here. We'll always put a timer. And that's it. Okay. Now we probably just take a look over here. Wait for this to finish building. Good. And let's try loading this. So we should see a timer that says 2 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Or we see an error that says, I hate your guts, Adam, and I want you to debug this forever. Style is not defined. Well, that's not quite I hate your guts, but it is how a computer would say that. And now we wait. Oh, wait, no, timer is new, so we don't wait. We have to, man, okay. Let's do this and then restart our watch. It doesn't like to pick up new files. Okay, that built. Now we'll restart the watch. Does Flow work with React? I don't know what Flow is. Is it this? HTML file upload extension? This does not sound like it would be it. Fix and enhance the DOM API. Yeah, I'm not sure. Monadic Bind, you should link me to something. Oh, Facebook Flow. Add static typing to JavaScript to improve developer productivity and code quality. Do you even modify your code in order to do this? Like, how does it know what type something is? What is Flow? This type is incompatible with number. Oh, so it oh, I see. Lets you evolve this into typed code eventually. So this is sort of like TypeScript. Flow is a gradual type system. Any parts of your program that are dynamic in nature can easily bypass the type checker. Well, I'll mark this down too. Or where did I do this? TypeScript. Also look into Facebook Flow. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know about how easy it would be to use something like that. Also, now changes to this should trigger changes in my build. Good, they do. Okay, so let's see. Do we have... This may not work because I'm currently building, and it's probably wiping out a file. Yeah, so let's just wait for that to finish. Okay, good. Do we have a timer showing now? I don't see one. And I was just moving the window around there because I thought I saw one somehow, but... let's see. Let's go to the React page here and take a look at our timer, if it even exists. And it should be right under here. There it is. Timer. Children. No, this is good. Where is this, though? Oh, somewhere off screen. There it is. So we just need to position this correctly. All right, let's do position absolute top. I don't know. This doesn't really matter. Oh, and by the way, we don't need pixel values on top and left. So now this we're going to need our export default connect, really all of this stuff. So let's take this and let's put timer here. We need connect. Oh, that's gonna break. It's gonna show me a break message. Yep. Then we include this. Hey, SwiftBlue. Curious if you'd be able to use it to find out React errors before you just run and get undefined. Yeah, I wonder how that would have even worked. I mean, here's essentially what I was doing. I was saying function foo, and foo does something, right? It doesn't matter. And then I was saying foo x, and x is undefined. I wonder, well, and I guess there's an x up here too, but x is undefined. I wonder if it would have caught that. I didn't add left. No, I know. I haven't gotten to that yet. We're gonna do that here because it's based on the window size state. So now we would do left is, let's do screen width equals this dot props dot window size state dot whatever I called it. I don't remember what I called it. Window size state dot width. Okay, that makes sense. So we take the width and we divide by 2, and then we subtract something. Is there a way to center? Well, all right, at least for now, this should be decent, even though it's not great. Let's see what this looks like. And hey, Weedly. Okay, so now instead of having to scroll the page down to see this timer, which is fake data anyway, we should see it somewhere up here, but not quite centered. It's like fake centered. So yeah, you'd expect it to be farther to the left. So what I want to see is there CSS text horizontal align? Left and right align using position. Man, I don't want to... Swiftblue says, Adam, what's that flickering Iron Man light on your... Oh, that's the energy core in my chest. It's a long story. No, that's my microphone. But it does look pretty cool. Man, this is why I don't... Like, imagine if this were WebGL, I would measure the size of the text and then I just subtract half the width of it. And there might be a way to do that in CSS with like font metrics. But, oh, let's look this up. So HTML, center text horizontally. How do you center text? Centering a div horizontally? Oh, good. 404. What a helpful web page. Centered horizontally with CSS. Width, height, margin, 0, auto. I don't think that's good enough for this because I want to set the left and... if I put this inside a div first, do I already have that set up? It's a span. Maybe I say no left and I say margin 0 auto. I don't know how this works. The Noob for Lunch says for HTML there's always center, but it's deprecated. Yeah, I probably won't be using deprecated properties, well, tags in HTML. Let's see what that did. Okay, yeah, so let's try doing this. Hey, Shadows of Sage. All right, so let's change this div. Let's say margin 0 auto. No, but what is the width of this? It is 830. So is it... Should I just turn this into a div? No. What am I doing? Oh wait, this div is only 109. So if I made it... No, I still don't understand. Oh, right. I got to give it a specific width, right? So if I said width of 830 px, does that fix this? No. All right. I have proven time and time again that I do not know what I'm doing. Left 50%, so it knows to go 50%. Yeah, but that's part of the problem is that you don't want left 50%. Because imagine if you had a string that was like this long, by setting left to 50%, you're going to be putting it like here. What I want is for it to be here. And I think this is something that Margin Auto should be able to help with, but je ne sais pas. Okay, let's see. Excuse me. So we have this. Oh, I said position absolute. I guess I get rid of that. Where did that just go now? Now that's down here, but it's still not the way I want it to be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do this. All right, let's just keep searching for a second. Center the line. Approach 1, transform, translate. Oh, interesting. So this will move it back based on the width of the current component. I wonder what the supported browsers, most of them. CSS3 2D transforms is not supported in Opera, and it's not supported in IE8. We could just say that's okay, or at least for now that's okay, because we can fix this later with 100% text-align center. Actually, that would work too. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. I just want to see what these other ones were. Okay. All right, let us try. So we're going to get rid of the that and that. So there we go. Now we're going to say text align center. All right. Yeah, I like that. All right, let's give you points games maxed. And by points, I mean point. So there you go. There's a point. So let's say text align center. The width is already 100% because it's a div. And what else am I forgetting here? Well, let's try this out and see. Okay. So let's see how this looks. Oh, I think I need to make this a div again. I forgot about that, didn't I? No, apparently didn't. Oh, the width of this is not long enough. Yeah, okay, so make the width 100%. Fine, I thought it would already be that way. So if watching this process was tedious, then whenever I finally get to UI polish, which I am not actually working on right now, I just want to get this timer centered, and that was that. And yeah, then that's going to be super tedious. So is this actually centered? Kind of hard to tell. It should be. Let's see. Here we go. So how many pixels over is this? This is roughly the center, right? And that's like 840. And now what was our browser width? Oh yeah, that's perfect. 1680. So that is exactly centered. Why does it not look centered? Where's the center of the arena? I guess this tile? Oh well, whatever. I don't care. That's good enough. Okay, so we got the timer. We don't need the screen width anymore. We also, that means we don't need this, but we will need a reducer. So let's write a reducer, which means we also need actions here. So what are we going to set this to? Well, we have something for set game phase, and set time remaining. The game board isn't symmetrical, that's why. All right. So right now, let's just make a export const set timer. Set timer. Yeah, that's fine. Set timer. Okay, good. Next, we make an export function set timer, and we're going to say timer text, I guess, or timer. This is interesting. I think we say number of milliseconds remaining, timer ms remaining, and we say return type is set timer, and then timer ms remaining is the second part of this. Does that make sense? Timer ms. Let's just say timer ms. Good. Okay. Great. So we got that. Next, we go into reducer temp and we make use of this. So we say here set timer, and we have we need a new reducer for this. Yeah. So let's make a new reducer. We'll call this the game phase reducer. Or whoops, this is the game phase state, right? Game phase initial state. I find it funny. Shadowed of Sage said, "Welcome to the stream, newbies." I am welcoming you without saying newbies, except for Noob for Lunch, who is probably a noob because he's got noob in the name. But let's take a look at Shadowed of Sage's time in this channel. Yes, 1 hour and 17 minutes. And then let's compare that to Noob for Lunch, who has 12 minutes. All right, so I see that we've gotten to like the bleeding edge of calling someone a noob, which is if you've been in the channel for longer than an hour, then you can now call new people noobs. Okay, so we have the initial state. Here's what we're going to do. For now, we're just going to put in timer ms, which is going to start at like undefined, really. So let's just set it to 0. No, let's not set it to 0. Let's set it to 5,000. 50,000. Partial Data says, I get paid to watch Adam program. It's great. Epic Wide says, I still see JavaScript. You should still see JavaScript. This is a project in JavaScript. Alright, so then we have the game phase reducer, which sounds like an awesome name. And we take in the game phase initial state, and we go to and set timer. We're gonna, did I call it timer ms? I forgot what I named it already. Timer ms, yeah. Timer ms, there. Awesome. Great. Next, we go into reducer index and we add in this reducer. So we import it and then we make use of it. Done. Oh, no TypeScript. No, I know. I've had it on my list for like the longest time. I feel like adding in TypeScript would save me time. Well, it would save me a little bit of time, I think. However, most code that I write, I'm testing right after writing it, at least manually. And so I usually end up running into a problem and then just fixing it. But yes, I can totally see that I should be using that. I'm sorry, Epic Wida. And SwiftBlue, I don't think that's better unless you're getting paid for it. And Cancer. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Okay, so we got this. Now let's put in client main. We have a bunch of different actions. Let's take set timer, and in update, what we're going to do is we're going to say this, and perhaps we want to do this differently, but store.distPatch set timer. We're going to say this.game state, and does game state have a get time? It doesn't. So let's just write it, get time remaining. Return this dot time remaining. Great. Up. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Waza says, you do this for a living. I suppose I do. I don't get money for this, but this is what I'm doing full time. Partial Data says, yeah, lol, I'm making bank to watch and program. It's great. Static typing makes stuff easier to refactor. That is true. And GamesMax says, doesn't Sublime Text have a file watcher? Compile time shouldn't be too long. So I don't think Sublime has a file watcher. It might, although you can use any Python APIs you want, so you could always use something from in there. However, I have a very... I'm not going to say convoluted. I have a build system that needs to transpile the code from ES6 to ES5 and then bundle it all into one file. And so that takes a long time. It's Babel that's taking the time here. And that's one of the downsides of using Babel. The upside is that I get to use ES6, which is a pretty nice upside. Monadic Bind says it'll tell you all the places in your code where something's used and you need to change it. Yeah, I should switch. I should just do it. I was thinking that maybe someday what I should do is devote the entire day, or maybe even the entire week, to just pulling items off of my to-do list and then handling them. What did I just finish? Does this work? I might have just made this work. It'll be in milliseconds, of course. No, it doesn't. That's what I forgot. I forgot to connect this to my timer. Okay, so timer now needs to take in, just like in Botland app, how we had this, we need to take this in, except for this is the game phase state, and that's taken from the game phase reducer. And now we make use of this. So we're going to say time remaining equals, and let's just do this for now. We're just going to take exactly the timer ms. So this is going to be a really stupid number, and we're going to change it in a bit. Excuse me. Do you think TypeScript is going to be the way to program JavaScript? I think it certainly helps, but I haven't really used it before, so I have not been shown the light yet. All right, and how's this working? Game phase state, oh whoops, it's this dot props dot. See, the other thing is I'd have to run TypeScript like at the very first part. I'd have to go through all my files. I don't know how easy it would be to get this to run exactly how I'd want it to. That's part of the reason I haven't looked into it yet. Okay, great. This is perfect, right? Everybody thinks in milliseconds. So this is exactly what people want to see. Okay, so let's format this into a proper timestamp. Now there are libraries to do this, and I believe like even stirftime for Node is one of them, but I'm not using it right now. So anything that I do include, it's this. This is 23 kilobytes. Of course, it will be minified. I'd really like to use this, and I could use it. There's no problem. It's an MIT license thing. I include the license. I use it. Fine. Everything's great. But what I wonder is how much will this inflate my build by? Oh, here's the minified one. The minified one is 5.5 kilobytes. Oh, it's so much memory. I don't think people have that much RAM on their machine. All right, fine. Let's use it. Okay, so let's install this. npm stirftime. I think it's just called stirftime. String format time. Here it is. Can't you just divide to make it minutes? Oh yeah, I could, but if we ever want, let me think about this. Should I just do that? No, I think I'm going to use this for now. And if I want to format it differently later, yeah. Oh yeah, it just keeps your setup the same way. It's no more break your system Wednesdays. Oh, is that what we're doing, parse the data? Are we taking jabs like that now? What has my life become? All right, let's install this here. -- save. And then we'll require it up here. Const stirftime equals, that's not stirftime. Require. Yeah, that day was bad. And yet 62 people watched me crash that plane into the ground. All right. Stirftime. So now we want to use this, and we want to make it, how do you use this library? It's just come up with a stirftime, what, IT? No, I don't want to localize it. Usage, here we go. Yeah, this. And then we pass in a new date. Let's try this out on just the command line for right now. So let's do const stirftime equals require stirftime, and then let's try this. what's it called? Dot format? No, you just make a new one. Oh, it's a function. That's why. Let's do, what are minutes and seconds? Probably %m, %s. Supported specifiers, here we go. M, the minute, padded to 2 digits, and then S, the second, padded to 2 digits. Okay, so let's do %m colon %s, and we'll pass in just 1200. What does that do? Undefined is not a function. Wait, what? Stir of time doesn't exist? Oh, it is undefined. Wow, weird. Did I not just save this? Okay, I'm a little confused. Let's go into node modules. Did I not get the... Yeah, there it is. Undefined is not a function. Did I type this wrong? String f time. Let's just copy paste this exactly. Oh, const is not a thing. Oh, whoops. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Let's try this out. No, that's still undefined. No, it's not undefined. It's that the return of... Alright, I'm confused. New date. Oh, okay. So you just can't pass in... You can't pass in number of milliseconds. Partially this says I felt bad. Waza says this is way more complex than C#. I don't think it is. I think they're roughly the same level of complexity. Waza, what do you find more complex about it? Okay, so how do I just make this format? How do I make this format just number of milliseconds? Like, can I just... This wouldn't work, right? Yeah. No. It wouldn't. I wonder if they put in another function for you to be able to do something like this. Well, let's take a look. What do they have in here? Oh wait, is this entire thing exported as one function? Do I not even have access to other things? Stir f time. Localized time zone UTC. Yeah, this is not what I want then. Voldemort it. Alright, fine. We'll just do this the cheap and easy way. Let's do npm uninstall stir f time. I don't know if that takes it out of the package JSON or not, so let's do this. Is it gone? No, it's still there. Okay, fine. Let's delete it ourselves. There should be a dot on this line though. Why is it still here? Oh, it's a dev dependency. Oh, so I couldn't have done that. Oops. Alright, npm install. Fix. Yeah, and then let's write this ourselves. And I already kind of have this written somewhere else, but still let's do it here. Fine. So const time string. And we'll do that here. So now we just need to figure this out. So we have the number of milliseconds here. We'll say const num minutes equals timer seconds equals timer ms divided by 1,000. And I guess we do like math.floor on that. Or probably math.ceiling. Probably want your timer to overestimate. Yeah, otherwise it shows 0 for an entire second. So we have the number of number of seconds in the timer, and then the number of minutes is going to be timer seconds divided by 60. Except for this is a floor. And yeah, so time string equals num minutes colon num seconds. Oops, this should have been number seconds. Okay. Alright, and I just accidentally transposed those characters. So I think this should be good. What happened to our build? Here it goes. So let's see what that looks like now. So it should start at a minute, but we won't see 1 minute. Yeah, that was a little weird. What did I just screw up? Oh yeah, sorry. The number of seconds is the... Oh yeah, this should have been timer ms. And then we say const num seconds equals... oh man. Yeah, I definitely screwed this up. So then let's do the remaining amount. So num minutes times 60. So we do timer sec minus that. Okay. Alternatively, I guess what we could have just said is timer sec percent 60. Yeah. So either of those should be fine. Let's run this and see what happens now. And we should start our timer at, yeah, there we go. Now we just want to pad that number. And this is something that I believe Lodash gives us. So Lodash docs, we have padding, pad left. Yeah, pad left. String length. Okay, so pad left. So we want to do second string equals this plus num seconds dot, well, no, we need Lodash here. Hey there, Grantifer. And Waza says, oh, and hey, Versace. Waza says, it's probably because all I'm used to is C#, not JavaScript. Plus, I've only been learning C# for just under a year, so maybe why I'm a newbie. And yeah, if you ever think something's complex and you want to ask about it, feel free. I can always explain why I'm doing something or what it is I'm doing. So now we need the pad function here. So this dot pad. So we're going to pad this string to a length of 2 with the character 0. So now we have second string here. We don't want to do the same with minutes. We don't want 0 padded minutes. Partial data says, let's all buy Adam lunch. He's not getting paid. Maybe eventually there will be a way for you guys to do that. But for right now, just enjoy the stream. Have fun. Okay, perfect. This looks good. And I wonder if I would want to see 0:52. Yeah, probably. Okay. So let's make the timer red when there's less than a minute. So we're going to say style.color if num seconds is less than, no. If num minutes is less than, or it's equal to 0, then style.color equals red. Well, what color should it be by default, I guess? White? It's got to be something that's visible over this. We should probably put a shadow around it. Yeah, let's make it white by default. So let's do this instead. And as far as the shadow goes, I believe we did this somewhere. Where do we do this? We have, oh yeah, I remember. In Client Arena. Did you guys hear that? What was that? Hang on a second. Am I going crazy? What was that? And hey, Trump. All right, somewhere I'm drawing this. See the names up here? And there are shadows around them, although that's happening in Pixie. And I don't know where that's happening anyway. I think it's here, and if there's a text component, then we render that. So it's wherever we get this. Where is text component? Aha! Oh, there was just stroke and stroke thickness. Okay, so we can't necessarily do that. But is there anywhere else? I should be rendering text somewhere where I did that. Is that not the case? Also, I guess we want to cap timer at 0, 0. So yeah, if we... Let's do this. If timer ms is less than 0, time stir equals that. What? It was a ghost. You are going crazy. Call the amber lamps. I'm seeing ghosts. I tend to get stuck at the beginning. I never know how to design and create objects, etc. in the game. Well, if you've only been learning for under a year, I'd say that's totally normal, and that practice will eventually, practice and also studying a little bit, getting some theory is going to help. Eventually, looking into design patterns will be good. What was I doing? So, oh yeah, that's shadow around this stuff. First, I was trying to see, did I do this anywhere in the game already? And apparently I didn't. I guess I didn't. Could have sworn I typed it somewhere, though. But where would I have? There is no DOM text that has a shadow around it. Right? Huh. Weird. Okay, well, let's do it. So here I had like misc.css or some CSS files somewhere. Where is this? Oh, come on. Can't find CSS. Fine. Reveal in sidebar. There it is. Public style sheets. Let's take a look at this. I should have some crazy shadow string around that. Ah, here we go. Found it. Thought you could hide from me, text shadow. So now I don't have this anywhere in my project already. Like I said, I could have sworn I'd written this out somewhere. Yes. I wrote it in the pre-beta page. Ah, I remember now. Yeah, it's on bot.land. If you go to bot.land, there's a shadow around all these things. Aha. We found it. Okay, so let's just take this. Fef. This is what we're going to use. Okay, and then let's make this here. So we're going to say text shadow is this crazy string. They probably want to change it a little bit. In fact, this should probably be just black. So let's make 0, 0, 0. And yeah, let's try this out. I don't think this is going to apply the shadow to it because I think that oh wait, it is. It's just white, so I need to change it. What was I going to say? Somebody tell me what I was going to say. This didn't finish building. But now it did. So now we should have a dark shadow around this instead of a light shadow. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. I like that. That looks good. So now we have a countdown timer, although the timer doesn't mean anything. And when it hits 0, it's just going to stop at 0. So, and also, does that look good when you've zoomed in? It's visible at the very least. I'm just going to leave it like that for right now. Because again, UI is not final. We're just trying to get to the point where what I want to do, sometime in the next couple of weeks, get you guys all of the prototype stuff I talked to you about. So right now you can already play the game. And if you want to play the game, I'll put in chat how you can do so. You spend loyalty points, you get access to the game for a week, and then you need to spend loyalty points again the next week. And we'll do a giveaway pretty soon, I think. But anyway, the prototype that I wanted to work toward this week was this. So we are getting to the point where there is a team deathmatch. So teams have never been a thing in the game up until now. Oh, actually, this is a larger component than I would have expected. We need to do a lot with that. Maybe it's not. Make sure to update tests. And check this to-do list. Exo Gaming says, hey Adam, I have a question. I'm doing the Code Academy thing, Python. I'm 25% in and I don't know what I'm doing, don't understand most of the things and Google most of the answers. But reading them doesn't help me understand. Is that normal? So this, I don't know how to say if it's normal or not. I think if you don't understand most of the things, you should definitely ask questions. So okay. This is going to be a bad analogy, so I've already warned you, and now you guys can't get upset. When you're doing something like math or physics or programming, it's all based on like interrelated facts that should make sense in the end. So when you finally learn how to compute velocity, for example, everything in your everything in that formula, everything you've done up until that point, they should all kind of click at some point. At some point they should. So same thing in math. When you finally learn trigonometry and you think, okay, I know algebra, so I know what x represents, and I know how to refactor formulas so that I get the variable that I want. I don't know. Programming is kind of the same way in that sense. And eventually you'll be able to fill in the blanks. I don't know when that happens exactly. And hey, Eruptor. So for example, if you're coding in Python and you see something like this, let's just say print hello world. So here's a really basic Python program. However, what is this stuff right here? Like, if this part doesn't make sense to you necessarily, that's fine. But if you don't understand what it is that print is doing, or that this is a string maybe, that I would say maybe you should pause and ask some questions in stream and figure that part out. Like, oh, I've defined a function, but why did I do that? Yeah, not understanding that might be fine right at first. So I'd give it some more of a chance and see. And Shadow of Sage says, you need to know trig to code. No, unless you're coding something trig related. But I guess what I'm getting at is, when I was in school, I sometimes didn't take the opportunity to study as much as I could how these things worked in relation to each other. And the way I've seen programming taught, and this is typically in like, Java, for example, you'll have public class main, and you'll have public static void main string args, and then here you say something like system.out.println hello. Oh, you have to make double quotes in. So here, I believe I've typed out a valid Java program. I don't know if I have, but they pretty much say, oh, just ignore all this stuff. So pretty much only ever look at line 4 in this program, and that's kind of how they start by teaching it. So I guess what I'm saying is, eventually lines 2 and 3 should make sense to you, but at the very beginning, when it's not worth explaining it, yeah, you can just totally ignore it. I know the string thing in the print function, but sometimes it's just way too confusing. And that's where I'm wondering, like, what parts are confusing. So is it for loops? Is it why you're doing this stuff? Is it how you would use this to do something afterward? And that I can help with. Ancient Science says, in PHP, how do you initialize a new object like the PHP pendant for JavaScript var item equals? In PHP, I think you just say like $ something equals a value. I don't think you need a var or anything. But I haven't used PHP in a long time. Collian says, you're literally the fastest typer I've ever seen. Thank you. Alright, yeah. So our timer hit 0, although once it hit 0, it stopped being red. Which is interesting, because the number of minutes is... Oh, I gotta say less than or equal to 0. What do line 1 and 2 mean? I have a Java class in school, but no one's explained it. Oh, well, I unfortunately just closed this, so let me retype it. So public class main, public static void main string args, and yeah, so this is what we had here. So in Java, everything you do needs to be contained in a class, I believe. So you need to define what it is your class is called. Once you have multiple classes, this will make more sense, because you'll start using something like, and I'm just going to write out sort of pseudo syntax here. You might import something like, my.package.person. And now you'd say something like person Adam equals new person, Adam, comma, programmer. Well, these would have to be. Okay, so person is also a class in this case, and in that file would have been, so in like person.java, you would have also started it by saying public class person, and you would have said something like person is string name, or this, I guess. I don't remember how things are capitalized in profession. And then you'd set those things. This.name equals name, this.profession equals profession. So yeah, a class, public class, the first line that you saw here was just a definition of a class. So it's saying bundle all these things together. It'd be harder to go into more detail and still get back to what I was originally doing here. Then the second part, this is just the entry of a Java program. It is your main function. So every program has an entry point, and this is the entry point for this program. And programs can also be given arguments to them. So for example, when you see me say something like, well, there aren't many programs I start from the command line, but let's say Sublime. So Sublime, I start by doing, I say S for Sublime, and I can open up like brb.cmd. So what I did is I opened up a file inside Sublime. Well, the way Sublime sees it is it has an entry point which takes in all of the arguments that I specified on the command line after here. So brb.cmd would appear as one of the strings in this array. If you want more information on that, I definitely suggest looking it up online. And Kalyan says, do you have a degree in programming, or did I misunderstand? No, I do have a degree, yes. Well, in computer science. I understand all this, but when it gets like, for example, public class main, I don't know what this is for. So Exogaming, you won't see, at least I don't think you'll see public class main in Python. I don't think public is even a keyword in Python. But yeah, okay, so classes are one of those things where it's like, I guess understand how they're used at first, and maybe don't necessarily understand absolutely everything about them. But for now, if you have something in Python like this, class person, def init self, self name, and you say like self.name equals name, yeah, maybe you don't totally understand why you need a class here, maybe you don't totally understand this, but understanding what the person is used for after that and how you make use of it, that could be interesting. So, all right, I'm going to get back to coding, and I'm going to, hang on, let me just, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask chat, definitely, but I'm going to, well, I'm trying to scroll up to where, okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to ask chat to answer some of these things too. So let's do this. All right, done with this. So yeah, we got our timer, and what do we want to do next? I think that was it for now. Let's just keep it at rendering the timer. And this was this part here. If not in game, show what you're waiting for, e.g. 2 minutes until first game. It's something we can do later, which is really like show the game phase that we're in right now. How do I want to do this? We set it to pre-game as one. So we need state transitions next, game phase transitions, and then possibly render which game phase we're in. I don't know if we want to do that, but let's do this. Perhaps something like 1 minute until the game starts. Haven't gone to school for programming, I just do it as a hobby. It was really confusing at first, but after a while things kind of fell into place by themselves. Yeah, I think that'll tend to happen with programming. Like I said, there are some things you just kind of ignore at first, and yeah, you eventually should be able to explain them, but at first the amount of effort it would take to explain them would probably turn you off from programming. Okay, so rendering, just do this in Pixie. I didn't just do it in Pixie. We have this. Yeah, I think we checked this in because we have the timer. Oh, and by the way, something that I did not explain about the timer, and this is probably going to break everything. Yeah, let's restart the server then, and I'll do it this way. So check it out. When I refresh this page, you have a timer in single player because you're actually playing a game in single player, and eventually you're going to, oh, this will be a little bit different. But once this server starts, I'll connect to the server, and then what we'll see is that this timer should change back up to 60, which is 1 minute. So it should change up to 1 minute. So we just gotta wait for the server to finish. I don't know why it takes this long. Okay, this is actually much longer than it should be taking. And this is because we upgraded Babel. Back before this, it wasn't taking this long. I wonder if it's not caching, or if the cache is getting deleted somehow. Anyway, we connect, and yeah, our timer went back up. Perfect. What I've done, web development. They gave us a website to use this day. I've used it the whole time. I don't know if you'll find it helpful. Google W3C school. Grantfer says, after a while, your brain just sort of absorbs it. I don't know how else to explain it. Okay, thanks. By the way, Adam, you did computer science. What do you think about game development? Game development is a major, so since I didn't do it, I can't fully comment on it. And every school is going to be different anyway. But I have seen people who have taken game development, and it seems like they end up doing fine in the real world. So I think whatever it is you're most motivated to do, even if it's electrical engineering, and then you want to get a programming job, you can still end up doing it. I saw a lot of different paths to get to the same end point. After time, programming becomes literally like language. You just type stuff out and it works, and fix it until it works. Yep. Yeah, I suggest what Games Max suggested, which is the Mozilla pages. I think they're really good. If you're looking for something really fast, yeah, the W3C pages can be decent, but I find them typically lacking. Okay, so yeah, let's clean up the code and check in, and then we'll work on the rest of game phases and timers. So that is all fine. In fact, we should probably wrap that into a function. So we have update game logic. Let's say update game state. So we're gonna put this. Oh, and this needs to take in a delta time. So we're gonna put this code down here. Yep, good. And then we're going to comment this. Well, I don't think that's necessary actually. We'll just put this here. This update delta time. Okay, good, perfect. All right, so, and let's take a look. Did that end up turning out how I wanted it to? Yes, and we need to later resave this. There we go. So we have the set timer, and that just sets how much time is remaining. In Botland app, we are now making use of a timer. In Index, we have a new game phase reducer. We have the set timer function there. We have the default state for the timer. We probably shouldn't even have it showing at the beginning, to be honest. But whatever. For now, it's like these are polished things I can always change later. Get time remaining. And then the only other thing I want to do in game state is say what the time remaining is in. So time remaining in milliseconds number. And this is a game phase. Or should I say constant, not game phase? Grantifer says, are you using a database for your game? If you are, what database are you using? So I'm not really. I'm using it for the sake of pre-beta for right now. So when you want to get access to the game, you can do so, and then I need to save your password somewhere, and I need to save whatever else. It's very little that I'm saving, by the way. And for that, I'm using SQLite, but I'm not going to be using that for the production game. For the production game, I'm going to be using PostgreSQL most likely. And Valerie, spend more time debugging, so learn those skills well. Hey, slow down, your squiggly keyboard will catch fire. Okay, that's great, but I know you can't tell me because you didn't do it, but what would be more useful, computer science or game dev? I mainly want to make games, but would computer science be more useful? I'd say game dev then. I also think, like, more important than... Okay, I think people understate the importance of just staying motivated, doing whatever it is you want to do. So if you find that you'll be able to complete a degree in game dev and you find that computer science might make you say, oh, God, I don't see the point of this. I don't know what I'm... Then game dev is for you. Like, you should stick with it because that's what you like, and you're going to learn the same skills no matter what because you're going to be doing stuff on your own. So yeah, I'd say stick to game dev. And that's why keep trying things out, definitely. Stick with Codecademy for a while. See how much you like Python. Stretch yourself. Try to make Tetris at some point. Try to make even just Snake, some simple games like that. And when I say simple, I don't want to understate that you might find them hard to do. But what I'm getting at is don't make Call of Duty. That's what I'm trying to say there. Okay, so this is a countdown timer. Well, it's not really. It's really just a... Yeah, this takes in a number of milliseconds and displays a time with that information. All right, so wait a second. Shouldn't this have failed on us? Oh, interesting. It did not. So we've got all this. This should be formatted a little bit differently. I'm going to just concatenate strings here. Except for the string is super long. There. Okay, good. Width 100%, align to center, good. Don't really care about this stuff. This is total number of seconds, number of minutes, number of seconds. Timer sec is only used once. So, yeah, let's keep it. All right, second string, time string. Good. Yep, I think this is all fine. Perfect. So added a countdown timer for the current game state. Well, I'll say rendered a countdown timer for the current game state. I think that's a little bit clearer. If I want to learn some C++, if you're going to get in the game dev industry. So, okay. So this is what I was saying earlier about just do whatever it is that keeps you motivated. So Exo Gaming, if you like C++ as you start to learn it, then stick with that for now. If you don't like it, then stick to whatever it is that you like, because the most important thing for right now is just build an interest and see if you enjoy programming. Because there's a possibility that at the end of learning 3 or 4 languages, you're like, I just don't like programming. And then you probably don't want to do it the rest of your life, because I don't think it's going to get better if you don't like it at the beginning. All right, so we rendered a timer. Check and check. Next, game phases and transitions. I kind of only want to do... I don't want to do this. The whole point of this was to make discrete games, because right now if you log on to the server, it's just one infinite game. Oh yeah, let's run a giveaway, by the way. I forgot about that. Okay. And we will start our own countdown timer of 3 minutes. Kalian, it's this keyboard. Started Python. I like that compared to JavaScript, but I haven't tried C#, so I can't say. All right, yeah, let's do this for 3 minutes. So at the end of 3 minutes, I'll run the giveaway. And yeah. All right, next. So how do I want to do this, keeping in mind that we will eventually, hopefully this week, get to the point where we have real games. That's going to be super fun. I can't wait to see what happens with that. So for now, let's have it. Yeah, let's have the transitions. Sure, I think this is good, because this is what things are eventually going to be like. Yeah, exactly what I have written here, really. So go from pre-game to in-game to post-game to pre-game. And when we go from post-game to pre-game, then we've made a new game, so reset the arena. Everything else is really just... Well, no, there are certain rules. In pre-game, you can't deploy. In post-game, kills don't update the leaderboard. No, you only have to type one thing to enter the giveaway. Like, if you see your name here on the left side, you are in the giveaway. And we got another minute and a half. So in pre-game, you can't deploy. In post-game, kills don't update the leaderboard. The other thing we could do is we could just freeze the game. Alternatively, we could just freeze the game. Who's changing my lights? Oh, Kalian. What is the keyboard? Man, Microsoft really should pay me, because I am not making any money, and I could probably be making money by just advertising this keyboard all the time. All right, yeah. We have 42 seconds until... Oh, and it's also day 42. You have 42 seconds until the giveaway is done. And how do you enter? Just type anything. So you're already in it. You are now here. Zog, not a dog. What chat is that? I've started streaming and I'm trying to figure out the tools to use. I'm using Better Twitch TV, so it's not a different chat necessarily. Well, maybe that, anyway, that answers your question. It's Better Twitch TV. It's a plugin for Chrome. All right, we got 10 seconds left. 9, 8, probably 7. I'm not looking at that screen right now because I want to turn off this text. 4, 3, 2, 1, and roll. Games maxed. Congratulations. Let's go figure out how to add you. Games maxed. All right, we do this off screen. There we go. Whoa, good going. That's the first time people haven't shouted rigged as soon as I gave the giveaway. Okay, so games maxed. I highly suggest you watch this video that I just put in the chat. It'll teach you how to play, and you will be the first person to have an account. Yeah, so check it out. Right now, I am in the arena, but I have peaceful bots. These bots don't do anything. Oh, now it's rigged. Okay. Hey, Playing Risky. What did I learn in college? Yeah, computer science. If you're talking about like what does that mean? What did I learn? Then that's a yeah. I could answer that question too, but that would take slightly longer. All right, I think this is fine. Memory usage hasn't gone up too much, but it's still going up though. Not sure about this. Your lights are rigged. BRB watching video. Okay. I also learned management. Never gonna live that down. Okay, how do I want to do this then? This whole when you're in a certain mode, you can't do certain things. This, for example, and both the client and the server should know about this. Waza says, how long have you been programming for? A long time. That's my template answer for that. I'm not sharing exactly how long it's been. And Exo Gaming says, that was what I'm asking. What is it like? So at first, all you're going to learn in computer science at first is just like programming. But then you eventually learn how do you go from what you've written into it executing and providing a result. And by the way, I made that sound like, oh, that's just one sentence. That should be easy to learn. But no, you learn everything in the stack here. So first of all, what makes a language a language? How does it turn into machine code? How does machine code execute on a chip? What is the whole like fetch and execute order that takes place on the CPU? What is even a computer, like the arithmetic logic unit in the CPU? How is RAM used? How is memory laid out? How do you allocate memory? Networking, graphics, operating systems, like all of that is what computer science is. Did you by any chance see the issue I posted on GitHub? Oh, that was you. Yes, I probably did, and that is an issue I'm aware of. And by the way, if it was you that I'm thinking of, then that was a very detailed post, and I appreciate that. And I haven't gotten a chance to respond. Ever since I hurt my back, I was trying to take as little extra time working as possible. And that still means that I'm working extra time, but I'm trying not to do the extra stuff. So yeah, sorry I haven't responded to that. I have to wait till Friday to play this, I guess. What with 50-point minimum? Oh, so I won't be streaming on Friday. So if you're going to wait till Friday of this week, then you're going to have a bad time because Friday is like the day after Thanksgiving. I'm going to be on a road trip. So let's see. We know right now the game state is forced into the pre-game state, right? So if I do debug main.gamestate, we should see, yeah, pre-game. Okay, now knowing this, let's disable the deploy button. What else would be disabled? Or maybe there needs to be a function somewhere like can deploy, which gets updated when the game state changes. So how do I want to do this? Right now, there's no, there's this deploy button, which these are not the same deploy buttons, unfortunately. They really should have been. but there's this deploy button, and I want to disable it when we're in the pregame state. Also, let's send one transition across. How about that? Yeah, let's do this. Serve game state. We have an update function in the shared game state. I think what we can do is, if let's do ready to transition. Return this dot time remaining is less than or equal to 0. Okay, so now when the thing that updates this is serve main, we have an update here, and we update the game server. Okay, fine. So the game server has an update function, and that updates the game state. So now here we say if this dot game state dot ready to transition. Hey, Walter. What? Walter? Playing Risky says, what are you working on today? Also, hey, Lulong. I will tell you in just a sec. Yeah, not sure how you handle a standing desk. That would kill my back and feet. And Waza says, this is an HTML5 game? Yes, it is. And it'll eventually be free to play, and it'll be released in like 2017 or so. So what we're working on today is getting toward, well, it's really these couple of things. Getting discrete matches and then getting teams. And at first, you're probably just going to be randomly placed onto a team. And we're going to have to change how this works. Then teams will just be scrambled. So if you guys, in most games that you play, teams are we try to balance teams based on like skill roughly, so that hopefully the teams are balanced. And that's not going to happen today. It'll happen eventually, but it's not going to happen today. So you guys will just be scrambled onto different teams, and yeah, that'll be that. Oh, I see, Wouter. That's where that came from. Okay. So yeah, if we're ready to transition, then we can do the transition here. We always know it goes pregame, in-game, post-game, pregame. And for now, we could just have it be that way. But there should, I don't know. I don't think game state should have that information necessarily. I think the game server should. So we should say something like, let's make a get game phase, return this dot game phase, and set game phase, which is going to be this dot game phase equals game phase. And probably we need a way to set what the time remaining is for something like that. And this should have been a constant somewhere. So I don't know how I want to do this. Let's just say time remaining here. We're going to change this a lot. Guess I'll wait another 27 days then. Yeah. All right. Need to record some stuff before I leave for the evening. All right, see you, Shadow of Sage. And Exo Gaming says, by the way, when I finish college here in Ireland, I will not earn as much as in America, which is like 2 times as much. In America, how does that work? I can't comment on that at all. I don't know anything about computer science jobs in Ireland. Tell me what to code and sit back and chill. Okay, playing Risky. Another note, tomorrow the amount of Botland streams is greater than the meaning to life. Yes, that is correct. And hey, XX Emos XX. Yeah, okay. So set game phase. Here's what we're going to do then. We're going to do just like we did on the client. We're going to say update game state. And we're going to write this function down here with delta time. And then in 102, we need to pass delta time over and then put all of these things down to here and make a function. Okay, great. So now we're going to do this somewhat simply for right now. We've only got a few different game phases, and I believe, do we have constants up here? No, we don't. Why do we never have any of this stuff? That's why we can't have nice things. So let's do this. Import star as constants from constants, and then we go down to here, and we can say const current game phase equals this dot game state dot get game phase, and we can say if current game phase equals constants dot pregame, then this dot game, well, Let's do const new game phase equals null. New game phase equals constants dot game phases dot in game. And otherwise, if we're in the in game, then we go to post game, and if we're in post game, then we go to pre game. Okay. Oh, see you, Waza. You said you learned operating systems in college, so what's your favorite? By the way, I don't have a problem with any operating system, and I'm not like, I know I'm using Windows. I'm not like a Windows fanboy. I like it. I happen to be, I think, efficient at it, and that's mostly why I use it. Also, Adam, I don't think a suggestion recap is needed today. I just got home, nothing was suggested. I still looked at it yesterday, and I still updated it. I changed things to finished, and I corrected the wording on one of the suggestions. Would a 50 essay of suggestions make you feel better? OS agnostic. Not a Windows fanboy. Okay. Okay, so the other thing we need to do is we need to say if current game phase is not equal to new game phase, then we do this dot game state dot set game phase to new game phase, and we tell the clients about this. And in order to tell the clients, we should have, oh, we have a client server router. Nice. So let's do this, and let's also, just like we did in Connection Manager, we have game state here. So we're going to say the same thing. We're going to say route. We need router actions in here, which I don't think we have. No, we don't. Okay, router actions. They're in shared, and they are what? Exported constants. Okay. Router actions. Okay. So we'll take, I don't know what it's called. It's something about game state. Received game state? That doesn't make any sense. $50-page essay. Yeah, okay. This is a stupid name. Received game state, because we're sending it. But whatever. So this dot game state dot serialize. Okay. Now there's a problem. Set game phase takes in a time remaining. Also, we didn't even use time remaining here, so that was a problem too. But we need to come up with what that time is. So I guess let's just set this to 2 minutes for now. So we'll just say 2 times 60 times 1,000. And we'll start the first one off at 10 seconds. So it doesn't take very long. We're just testing this out for right now. I'm going to do some more coding anyway. See you, Adam. Alright, see you, Exo Gaming. Current view on life. Ubuntu, then Mac, then Windows. That changes every day. I do like to know that the human eye can only see about 4. You know Adam's code is serious when it says kill all entities in all caps. Yep. Bot genocide. Alright, so that's wrong. Immediately. That's wrong. That time should have been 10 seconds. I don't think it got put into the new build. So, oh hey, Games Max connected. And Games Max now has bots. Let's make one kill bot. I'm gonna make the Ultra Killer, and we're gonna put missiles 3 and landmines 3. Yeah, that's it. And then some regen. No, thrusters. Yeah. There. That way we kill games maxed. Yeah, I know. And let me know if you have any questions about how to play. It's not very self-explanatory right now since none of this is final. There's no tutorial. There's no, like, the UI is not even, it's not even obvious how to open the UI. But that's why we're at what, like almost the 3-month point. I think it's been good progress. So now let's load this up. Oh, we have transitions working. Nice. So game starts at 10, then we're padding the wrong way. Goodness. How did I screw that up? Pad is pad right by default? I didn't realize that. Okay, let's make it pad left. And when we wait for the build to finish, see good old blue-green here. There we go. All right, let's try it out. So now we should see 10, 9, 8. Good, 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 good. 3, 2, 1, and then just go up to 2 minutes. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, okay. I think that's fine. The only thing we need to check now is the game state correct? We should be considered to be in game right now. And we are. Perfect. Okay, well, that all worked. It's not really user friendly, but it's fun trying to figure out how to do stuff. Yeah, and I think so. In short, Games Maxed, if you want to see the very quick way of getting set up, press B to open up Blockly, and then what you'll be looking at is this. Just there will be nothing on the screen, and so pick what hardware you want. So that's just up to you. Maybe you want like lasers and shield. Let's just put something like that over here. Now what you could do is you could start forming things right from just if statements. So I could start doing like if, and maybe I throw some fire lasers here when we're done, but that can be tedious. So what I suggest is just use these bottom 2 sections for now, snippets, where I could say something like, okay, I want to fire lasers, I want to shield myself first if I can do that, I want to pursue enemies here, so I want to put that on, and then finally I want to add in a move command. Okay, great, I just formed a script. But even that you don't necessarily need to do. You can use the pre-made script, and there aren't too many to choose from yet, but you can use something like this, Mr. Zaps, and then you can put Zapper 3, lasers 3, and thrusters 1, and I'll show you what this does in offline mode. Oh, I can't do that actually, can I? Unless I remake this whole thing. So fine, Mr. Zaps. Oh, the timer is a div, so it's taking clicks. Oh, I gotta stop that. How do you HTML? Mouse ignore div. Could I just add a listener and make it pointer events none? Yeah, that's what I want. That was a mistake. All right, let's see if this works. Because yeah, the problem right now is I can't even click this to drag it out. Well, there we go, I guess. So yeah, I'll put zapper and lasers and thrusters here, and we'll see what this looks like. All right, I won't be able to do that. Stupid timer. All right, no thrusters, fine. And let's call this the Games Maxed bot. We'll deploy a few of these. So you can see Games Maxed is shooting lasers whenever it can, and it's using its zapper field whenever it's close enough for it to do damage. It's not a great strategy, but it's a good way to get started at the very least. Is Blockly going to stay, or is this just for dev? Yeah, I think it's going to stay. Okay, so let's see. Is the timer now non-interactable? Good, perfect. So now we should be able to click things over here. Excellent. Yeah, great. This does not respond to pointer events anymore. Although it does still show the text. No, wait, that happens no matter where I am. That's strange. Oh, that's how Blockly... Okay, never mind. I see what's happening. Okay, but perfect. So we fixed 2 bugs with the timer already. Should have been an incredibly simple component, and I guess it was. So now game state is synchronized on server and client, and there are transitions between them, and we also need to go back 1 step and go... No, we're done. Pre-game goes to in-game, goes to post-game, goes to pre-game. Okay. And we got different amounts of time for each of those. So how about for now, let's set this to a small amount of time. 5 seconds, 10 seconds? Let's set it to 10 seconds. Is there any way to get the timer behind Blockly? Yeah, I could totally do that. I'll do these things. Oh, man. I'll do them... I'll probably do that later. I want to focus on the transitions for right now. And I think... See, the only thing I'm concerned about is... Where did I write this down? Let me show you. is this. There are certain things that each of these phases imply. Like in the pregame, you can't deploy. So how would I cut that out? I guess we have deploy bot, or rather create bot. This should have been called deploy bot. So we need to make a check here. We need to say something like if, and we don't have any way of doing this right now. We have no game server, do we? No, we don't, which is rather unfortunate. Yeah, we have a game state, but the arena doesn't know about that. We could pass it in. The game state is pretty important for the arena, so I guess let's just add that in. Yeah, sounds good. Great. Game state equals this dot game state. Now we need to make sure to never reconstruct this. All right, but then what does this mean for the client? Because the client wants this too, but in a different way perhaps. So I guess let's do this way for now. Let's set the game state here. We have the software validator. Yeah, so this dot game state equals params dot game state. Good. And then in create bot, what we need to do is if game state dot, let's put this directly in the game state. Let's say can deploy bot, return this dot game phase not equal to constants dot game phases dot pregame. So now we have this function directly on here. We can do this here. If you can't deploy, then we say return null. And we could put, we could say something here like logger dot error owner dot toString plus tried, whoops, that's got to be a function call. Tried deploying a bot when the game state forbids it. Yeah. Okay. Now, we didn't cut it out on this. We didn't cut it out on the client yet. So here's what's going to happen. We are going to see for 10 seconds that we're going to be in the pregame state. And when we try deploying, we're just going to see an error print out on the console. But we did not disable the button. Uh-oh. No, we screwed up. We forgot to put this. Bad Reddit. Okay. Blockly is cooler than a polar bear's toenails. Just read up on it. Okay, let's try refreshing this again. So, yeah, we got 10 seconds to try to deploy and look at our console at the same time. So, yep, everyone's still trying to deploy, but it's forbidden. Now, as soon as that timer hits 0, you'll all of a sudden see bots get deployed because the AI players are also screwing this up. Okay, good. Yep, everything's working there. Looks good. Yeah, nice. All right. So now we need to stop it on the client, and we also need to stop AI bots from trying to deploy when they can't. The AI bots actually should be pretty easy to stop. Let's go to the simulation server, and hang on a second, I gotta sneeze. Okay. We have add bot somewhere. Where is this? Add bot cooldown. Yeah, here we go. So if this and this dot game state dot can deploy bots, and I think that's what I call it, yeah. Okay, good. So now we'll only try deploying bots when it's possible to deploy them. So we won't see errors except on the client when you manually try deploying. So now this should just be free of error text. Perfect. And now we try deploying ourselves and we get errors. Player name equals you tried deploying a bot when the game state forbids it. And now bots get deployed. And then for this 10-second section and the next 10-second section, it's allowed. But then again, they'll be prevented again. So now it's still okay. You'll still see new bots get created. And now as soon as that timer hits 0, no new ones will appear for 10 seconds. So whatever dies is just pretty much permanently dead in that time. Yeah, although we might see an error. Also, wow, did nothing get killed? No, that worked. Okay. Yeah, now new bots can get created. That's pretty good. Hey, Destadom. Welcome back. Which, by the way, Destadom, you got a token yesterday. Destadom, because you were online last night. But there, I sent you a new one. So if you want to control my lights, you can. Also, did Games Max figure out how to play? Let's see. Yeah, laying landmines and stuff. Looking pretty good. Also has exceeded me in the kills list. Nice. Alright, so what do we have left to do here? Well, there are a couple of things. One is the client still needs to be prevented from deploying. Alright, well, here's how I would do this. So put a state in the reducer for can deploy and update it when the game state changes. Games Max says, yeah, I'm wrecking you, noob. That is it. You've messed with the wrong person, buddy. Time to die. Time to die. Melee bot. You don't even need to modify this. This is like the best script because it's too overpowered right now. Okay. Kill Games Maxed. It's over. It's over. You think this bot that's standing around laying a landmine on the same tile over and over is going to beat Kill Games MX bot? No. No. As soon as this bot sees this bot, which their vision range is only 5, then it's over. Not even Destadom can save you. Alright, well, they're wandering around, but we'll wait. They'll get there eventually. In fact, I should have just made the script go up and right. Up. Nope. Alright, fine. Yeah, we're going to stop looking at this now. We'll just put this over here while we look over here. So put a state in the reducer. I think this makes sense. Where would it go exactly? Because this is where we have some duplication here. This should really go into like bot config initial state. Let's put a can deploy set to false here. Oh, there it goes. You're dead. 2 hits. Alright. Now my KDR is slowly getting closer to where it needs to be, which is at the top of the leaderboard. So we set can deploy to false here. We need an action to set whether you can deploy. So let's do export const set can deploy. And yeah, we're going to say export function set can deploy, return type, and can deploy. Yeah, looks good. Oh, also we should linter code at some point. Okay. Next up, in the reducers, we need something that will take this in and then do something based on it. So let's put this here, and we have the can deploy down here, and we'll take in this. Set can deploy, and done. All right, next up, the UIs need to make use of this. So let's just go into the Blockly component for right now and change this. We have the deploy button, and we're going to say, can you just set buttons to disabled? I don't remember. No, we did this before, right? We did it with the checkbox and the connect to server component. And there was a disabled equals. Yes, okay. So we need to put that here too. Disabled equals this dot props dot bot config state dot can deploy. No, not can deploy. Okay, I think we're done. Versace says, I think I might have to invest some in points so I can buy Monday's Game Pass without any concerns of not feeling like a high baller. How many points do you have? You have 202. Yeah, but that's enough. You could buy it for this week and next week and not watch any of the stream if you didn't want to. Oh, by the way, Games Max, something that wasn't talked about in the video is there's an auto deploy checkbox here. If this is checked and your bots die, if it's checked when your bots die, then your bot will just immediately be put back into the arena. So that's why I'll always have 5 bots there. So I suggest checking that box. And if you ever want to kill your own bots, just type /kill in the game. partl data. That is pretty funny. All right, did this work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? So when you press B, deploy is now disabled. If you tried hacking this and setting it so that it's enabled and clicking the button, it still wouldn't work. But now it should be enabled, and it won't be because we don't ever update it. So let's do this. Set can deploy. And then when we get update game state, so this is not right. We get received game state. Yeah. Store.dispatch set can deploy to this.gamestate.can deploy bots. I think this is pretty good. Adam just made this game so you can pwn noobs. Alright, here we go. So this will now become enabled at the 0 second mark, which is going to turn into the 10 second mark again. But yeah, we should see this get enabled. Perfect. And now we can deploy. Yep, awesome. Wow. Such cool. So let's wait another 12 seconds and see it should get disabled. So now we're in the post-game time, which is really just a useless phase for right now. And hey, Spurman. And now 3 seconds from now, this should become disabled again. Good, perfect. And now, yeah, no new bot should get created in this time. So anything that dies is just dead. Yep, great. It works. And now new bots get created again. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is great. So in post-game, kills don't update the leaderboard. This is something that is slightly harder to do. And like I said, the alternative to this could be the game just doesn't run while we're in the post-game state. So let's just do that for now, because that's easier to do. So we're going to go into Server Arena, we're going to go into Update, and we're going to say if, and let's put this in game state again. We'll say like, should update Arena. Is this even a good idea? What do we have here? Code execution system, time to live, artillery shell, redeploy, remove dead entities. So we'll send dead entities to the client. Does that even make sense? Hang on a second. What do we do when we send entities out? Yeah, so we are sending dead entities out. Okay, well, whatever. Wait, is that a problem? I honestly don't know if this is a problem or not. What happens if the client receives a dead entity? It'll just remove it immediately, right? Yeah, and it won't render it either. Huh. Hey, William. Welcome back. If only my employer knew I spent 15 hours and 24 minutes. Got tired of standing up? No, although I really, really need to focus on my posture if I'm going to sit down. So let me pull this keyboard a little closer to me and try to keep my shoulders down and back and just look like a total weirdo here. So if this.gamestate.can update arena, if we can't do that, then just return. Hey, the Dutch on. Okay, now in game state, we have a can update arena, and you can update the arena as long as you're not in the post game state. Well, if you can't deploy bots, there's no updating. Well, let's just try this, I guess. Oh, thanks, Walter. Nice. We got a new Reddit post now. Upvote. Yeah, so if you guys want, not much is posted to the Reddit right now, or at least there's no real discussion. The total number of comments on the entire subreddit is, I think, one comment here. But I thought there was also a comment on, no, No, that's it. So there's one comment on the whole subreddit. And if you want any other media links, social media links, just go to bot.land and you'll find them all here. William says, why do I have so many hours? Have you been logged in? Wait, whoa, yeah, wait. Right? Yeah, 700, or no, you have 144 hours. No, that's fine. Right? You've probably just been logged in for that long. Does that sound wrong? I mean, I've been in this channel for the longest. And I'm in here for 309 hours. So you've been here for roughly half of the entire development of Botland. Now everyone's going to check their time. You guys have been here for a long time. I do appreciate it. Okay, so let's try this out now. In post-game, the game will just freeze. And that's the simplest solution for right now. So this is the pre-game time. We got 10 seconds. You can't deploy any bots, but you can configure bots. You can come up with whatever strategies you want right now and do whatever. And it's just like, oh God, okay, I did it. Now let's deploy. I mean, you have more time in the real game, but there, I'm going to deploy my artillery bots now, and let's set them to auto deploy. And now it's going to be post-game time, and everything should just stop. That did not seem to be the case. It looked like someone's zapper turned on during that time. I don't know about that. I don't know if that worked the way it should have. Okay, let's deploy zapper bots really fast. See if we can do it in 5 seconds. There, where's zapper? There. Okay, great. So, is something going to change here? Yes, that, right there. Roderick was just deployed and then hit Cortana. Definitely a problem. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's can deploy bots is still set to true. Oh whoops, we gotta change that. We gotta say this is only, you can only deploy bots when you're in game. Okay, that explains how that stuff happened. So that was definitely a bug. William says, do you have a new microphone? No, I have the same microphone, but I now have a mic stand and a pop filter. So I sound a lot better, apparently. I don't know. I haven't really been watching my videos. And that face when Adam feels old. Oh, the 300 hours thing? Woodjaren says, did you know you could debug Node in Visual Studio Code like you can in VS? I know you don't need it, but I didn't know. I did not know that. I have used Visual Studio Code for only a single day, and I wasn't happy with it. I think it was performance reasons. Okay, let's try this out. So now we shouldn't have anything weird happening in the post-game time. So pre-game, nothing can happen. You can make your bots. So let's put Zapper and Thrusters, and we'll put our Mr. Zaps bot down. Great. And now we're going to call this Zaps and deploy 5 of these. Perfect. So this is now in-game. Things happen in-game. You can deploy in-game. That's all fine. Now it's post-game, and now nothing can happen. No bots can get deployed. And you also shouldn't be able to press this button. Good. And now it is pre-game, so there are updates for some stupid reason. I don't totally know why I even made it do that, but you can't deploy new bots, and then it goes back to in-game, and yeah, now we can deploy again. Great. Game phases are working. Things look good. Leaderboard can't change while you're in post-game. Everything's fine. Oh, wait. No, wait. We should check something out. This is going to be a little bit hard to do. Okay, well, let's try this. Are we shouting about things we love? You guys better be careful, because the chat bot might time you out if you type too many caps. Oh, nice. Stuff's actually taking place on the server now. James Max, you typed capitalized /kill. Did that work? I hope it did. All right, let's try this. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to try in the post-game time what happens when we connect to a server that's locked. So we're going to connect here, and then we're going to connect here eventually. So this is the pre-game time. And now we're in... Okay, that's... Oh, darn it. This is going to be hard to do. No, alright, now we're in post game time. So now we'll connect over here as Adam 3, and we should see all the bots. Oh, but they don't have the state of like whether they're zapping or not. Why did that happen? That's actually pretty strange. That is pretty strange. Why did that happen? Post game. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, let's slash kill these. Oh yeah, capitalize does work. What am I missing in chat? I just upgraded. Saw Python tools. Everyone says, what version of Node are we on today? And yeah, I actually kind of was too, Wouter. I'm surprised you didn't get timed out. Hey, Marvel. Spermat says, I'm just sitting here using Vim. Good old Spider-Man. Okay. So something weird happened, and it was, and what was this that this is stuff we already tested, that's fine. But something weird happened, and it was that Zapper wasn't sent to connecting players. I don't think this is a problem in the normal game, so here's what I'm going to try. I'm going to try making a bot that literally just, alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make it be Zapper and Regen, not even, yeah, let's put thrusters into it, I guess. Here's what it'll do. If it can zap, then it's going to zap. Otherwise, it's going to pursue enemies. And that's it. That's the whole thing. Zap 13531. Now we got to do this quickly. So we're going to deploy 5 of these, and then we're going to connect on a new tab. Done and done. And yeah, oh, there is a bug. Oh, interesting. So bug, Zapper is not sent to connecting players. Or, well, no, that's not even true. Rather, it is sent, but we don't create a graphic for it. Van Dyke Brown. I don't even know who that is. All right. Huh, so that was a real bug. But other than that, I think we're doing pretty well here with game phases. And this is heartening because last week was just so bad that... All right, I'm going to go get some more water. I'll be right back. Aha! I found M&Ms. Okay. We need some happy little clouds. Happy little codes is what we need. So this bug is something we're going to have to fix. Let's write this down on this list. We'll write it after link code. And really all that's going to be is just how do we converge code paths there. So let's fix up what we have so far. Zapper's not really that powerful. It's an area of effect weapon. So the way it's meant to be used is when there are cloaked bots around you or many enemy bots around you. It's one of the many anti-clumping strategies. So what you can do is you can cloak and then enable your Zapper and then teleport into a group of enemies. And then you'll just immediately start zapping them. But it's probably still not even that powerful once you do that. You found Eminem. Knees weak. Arms spaghetti. Spaghetti on his sweater already. Mom spaghetti. Spaghetti, spaghetti, spaghetti. Yeah, so let's check this in. Oh, by the way, as long as I'm talking about stupid memes at this point, I just saw the potion seller video yesterday. I'll link this to you guys. I thought this was hilarious. I think I'm very late getting to this because this is 4 years old, and usually I've seen like every meme video on the internet. But I'm gonna link this in chat. It's so funny. I showed my wife last night, and she thought it was funny too. Although I think she was laughing because I was laughing. I've just been quoting it all morning to her. Okay, so I think this is that's good. That code is good. Set whether we can deploy or not. Same thing here. That's all fine. This is good too. Oh, we didn't do this for JavaScript. So now JavaScript is not going to have information on whether or not. Well, let's just close this for now. So yeah, when we start, Blockly will show the deploy button is disabled here, but JavaScript will not. So we got to do that too. Let's go into blockly.js and we set disabled there, and we go into codeinput.js and we set disabled somewhere here too. We have the bot config state, so we just need the deploy button. Yeah, here we go. So let's set that there. Oops. Why resident sleeper partial data? Why? Have you seen the potion seller video already? Good God, Wouter. It's very unnerving since I'm not used to it yet. When I click an image or link and I see myself looking back at me. Okay. Let's check in just the timer fixes, since they were two valid fixes that belong in their own commit. Fix two bugs with the timer, with the countdown timer. One is that I was calling pad instead of pad left, so the zeros were ending up on the wrong side of the seconds string. Seconds string? Oh, I guess I'll put it in quotes. Second, also, I stopped mouse events from being consumed by the timer div, so that, yeah, that's it. This bug only happens with new players, not existing. Yeah, new players. And I already know what's going on. I'll show you really fast. So in client main, we get something like, no, not client main, client arena. We get something like somebody activated Zapper. Yeah, entity activated Zapper. This is the only place where we add the Zapper sprite. So when you get a new bot, you get that it is zapping and it will still do damage correctly, but you just don't add a sprite because we never got this specific message from the server. Water. What is this that Versace linked? Oh, Mom Spaghetti. By the way, I watched the videos you guys sent. I think 3 of you sent something. Wouter, you sent a link to Spotify, and it didn't work because I don't have a Spotify account. But I looked at what the song was and then said, that's that. Okay. Void Dreamer, you sent a link to, I think, some Hindu music. And so I listened to that. Liu Long sent a link to, I think there were 4 pianos. It was like an hour and a half long. That was not actually up my alley. So I listened to like 2 or 3 minutes of that. Okay, and Games Max says it's a fun game. Definitely look forward to playing it when it's finished. Yeah, in Games Max, if you're watching a stream, you're generating loyalty points. So even if you want to play a month from now with whatever loyalty points you've gotten, the game will probably be very different. I'm actually hoping that it's very different because right now there aren't a whole lot of different strategic choices you can make. So we were cleaning up our code. Hey, Dusty Dom. Welcome back. I don't remember what it was either. I mean, I don't remember the title of it. What am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing this fine. Okay, good. This is the commit we wanted to make, but then we came across the timer code. Yep. Save off the game state. We should probably say what this is. Game state equals. So this is, of course, a game state. And there we go. Okay, looks good. Good, 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 and good. No, let's just delete this. There's no real point in having that there. Yeah, I like this. So I really should just comment everything in game state now, and then we're pretty much done. So let's go into game state, and yeah, let's comment all of this. True if you're allowed to deploy bots in this game phase, in this game state. I'll say phase. Yeah. And yeah, Destodom, I remember the news you had before. You had returned to the stream for a little while, and there was some somber news you had. So I'm glad to hear that this is just normal busyness and not any more bad news. True if the arena can be updated in this game phase. But it's good to have you back. Get time remaining. This is number of milliseconds left in this phase. Ready to transition is a Boolean. True when there's no longer any time left in this phase. Get game phase returns a game phase. The current game phase. And set game phase. I'm not even going to put a comment for that because that's pretty straightforward. Okay, looks good. So, there are now automatic transitions between game phases once every 10 seconds. Pre-game to in-game to post-game to repeat. While in pre-game and post-game, deploying is disabled completely, both manually and via auto deploy or AI bots. What was it? Thought I heard something. Grantifer says, do you use plain tasks for all of your project tasks and milestones, or do you use the GitHub tools at all? I don't use the GitHub tools, and I've only just used plain tasks for the last 12 days. It was a Void Dreamer's suggestion, and I like it so far. Playing risky if you want, you can set up a straw poll for something like that. That way people can just check a box. Makes a program quite, or maybe you don't want it to be anonymous. Makes a program quite complex. Things are changing under your feet and you don't know what caused it. Weird differences between mutable and immutable data. Oh, that is actually why I picked React. Oh yeah, Void Dreamer. I said it earlier today too. I crossed that task off my list and I said I've been using it for 12 days. It's got some quirks. I can't say I like the quirks, but the core functionality I think is good enough. It's a better way for me to organize things. And yeah, so going back to what Spurtman said about Angular, the reason I chose React and Redux is because there is a unidirectional data flow, and I didn't want any crazy side effects. And so far, the UI code's been mostly good. There's one thing I never figured out how to do, and then there are a couple things where it's like, I just need to change the paradigm of how I do them. Okay, I think we're good. So automatic transitions. While in post-game, the arena doesn't update at all so that the leaderboard doesn't change. These transitions are sent to the client as well so that everyone is up to date. Well, I'll say synchronized. Synchronized. Okay. Looking good there. Close all these things. Where is the close? There it is. All right, so that's done. Next, lint code. I tried deploying a bot when the game state forbids it. No, I didn't. Oh, you know what's probably happening? It's probably an auto deploy thing coming from pregame. Okay, let's set this up. Fine. So, how do we even do this? How do we do this? We gotta just put some bots down, I guess. So let's do this. We'll make a zap and a pursue, and we'll auto deploy and then deploy a bunch of these. Okay, so here's what's probably gonna happen. Things are gonna be fine. This is gonna count down. One of my bots is gonna die, and when one of my bots dies, it's gonna try to auto deploy it, and then it's gonna flag me as an offender. Come on, kill off one of my bots. Yeah, here it is. Yep. Well, that's a tiny bit of a problem. This just happened to have been an auto deploy. Okay. So that's a little quirk. I don't know if it's worth even fixing. If deploys are disabled, then auto deploy should. Let's just fix it. Fine. Serve arena. I think there's a redeploy bots. This shouldn't be called if deploys are disabled. If not, this .game state .can deploy bots, then just return. Started using plain tasks since I've seen you use it. It's quite nice. Yeah, I think so. Here's one of my biggest gripes with plain tasks is you finish working on whatever it is you had. So you had like project in here, right? You had some item 1, item 2, item 3, and then you're like, okay, I marked all these as done. Oops. I marked all these as done. Now I want to get rid of the project. You can't just, well, you can mark the project as done, but you can't just like archive the whole tree, because if you press archive here, well, that actually did archive the whole tree. Wait, was this just a problem with me not marking that the project is done? Yeah, maybe that was it. In which case, that was not self-explanatory. All right, well, we'll have to try that next time. Anyway, there's something else weird though. If you export using the org mode or whatever they call it, it goes into a new file and it just keeps like appending to this file. It doesn't smartly insert in here. I didn't even realize you could mark a project as done. That didn't make sense to me because there's no box here. You can mark this as done, I guess. Oh, now there's a box there. That was weird. GG, Adam. Fine. Fine, I'm man enough to admit I made a mistake. But I'm not happy about it. Okay, let's go into botland and let's go into client and pre-commit here. Alright, so... Oh yeah, also we just fixed a bug. Let's check in the bug fix. And we should really test out the bug fix first. So let's refresh the page and we'll deploy bots that don't do anything. In fact, let's deploy bots that just pursue enemies. So these will kill self bots and they'll pursue them with vigor. And then we'll deploy them right at the end of this time. So at like the 2-second mark we'll deploy them. Good. Okay, good. Now they should freeze for 10 seconds, and then these kill self bots, one of them at least should die, but we shouldn't get an error about it. So I'm hoping this one dies. Come on, come on, come on. Perfect. Okay, and no error. Good, we fixed the bug. So when deploys are disabled due to, wait, no, there's an error here. What is this? What is this? Hardware component dot slot configuration is null. How did that happen? What is this? Can deploy bots is true. Oh, whoops. Oh, I think I screwed this up. We need to change redeploy bot. I think. This is confusing. Okay. Yeah, well, it's a good thing we left the console open. Let's change this to be here. Redeploy bot. Yeah. I'm going to put this here. It's... What is this? Wait a second, where did... I'm trying to figure out in chat what just happened here. Oh, you know that you live in the East of the Netherlands, the most famous man. Or Texas. Oh, I see. Got it. Totally missed that. Playing Risky says, what's the program? Oh, Lil Long's program. Kappa generator. Just types the word Kappa. So does this even fix this problem? How did this problem come up? When deploys are disabled due to the current game state, auto deploys will also be disabled. Note that this was previously the case, but attempting to auto deploy was tied to printing an error on the server. Okay, let's try it out now. I think we fixed this. So let's put our pursue enemy, our stupid bot here with thrusters. And, well, yeah, let's leave it like that. And we'll just call this kill self again. And we'll auto deploy them all again at the 2-second mark. Okay, so we shouldn't run into any problems here. I have a feeling we will. Hey Jack HGTV. I'm doing pretty well. This week is only a 3-day week, and we've got a lot of plans for it, so it should be a fun week. Okay, that all worked fine. It didn't redeploy. This is the in-game. Now we're in, or that was a pre-game. Now we're in-game. And so now I could deploy these bots again if I wanted to. I could say something like this. Yeah, and if they die before that, no, they unfortunately did not. Okay, so then how did this fix the bug? That part doesn't make sense to me. Maybe... No, I don't understand. Oh, because the entity would have been disposed. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. Okay, got it. Should I just delete the Trello board for the webflow.io page if it's going to go either way? Can you link me the Trello board again? Your weeks remind me of 343 sprints. In what way, Playing Risky? Okay, and we had to disable it here. Okay, so that part's done. So I think what we need to write here is this. Note, if hardware component is null, or .slot configuration is null at this point, then it, well, here's what we'll do. We'll just do this. Assert util.exists hardware component .slot configuration. Slot configuration is not defined for a redeployed bot. This is likely because the bot was disposed before we were able to redeploy. Okay, now we just need to condense this string. I don't like doing this process and I want a plugin to do it, but for now we just do it manually. Grantipper, I don't think that's true. That I get more done than a full dev team in 1 week. I don't feel like it. I uploaded the last recap video. I'll paste it in the chat again in case you guys want to see it, but I feel like I got hardly anything done in the last 2 weeks. Alright, yeah, I'll take a look at the... I already have it on my list. I'm gonna get this done tonight. I'm gonna make it a point to do this stuff tonight. So, also talk about this Trello, yeah. Oh, the Trello was for the page. Oh, yes, then I would get rid of this page. Sorry, yeah. Never mind. That's an easier thing. I thought it was a different Trello. They set their game dev schedule in 2-week increments. They then sprint through the entire 2 weeks. Like on Halo 5, they fixed 700 bugs in 17 days, plus another top 10 must fixes. But the sprints also include motion cap, 3D work, concept art, etc. Yeah, so I would say I'm close to the agile model right now. It's kind of hard to say for sure because it's not really a... Well, yeah, I think it's closest to agile of all the different development models. Okay, yeah, we fixed this. Good. And now we linted our code. And almost everything failed. This is not defined. Oh, wow. How did this ever even work then? Oh, I see. The entity indexer would just be wrong for a bit, but that's okay. So, bot entity, we need its real ID. And we didn't have its real ID, so now I guess we get the real ID. So, fine. Oh, wait, no, do we have a shared arena? Shared arena update entity indexer for entity by entity ID or by real ID? Okay, here's what we do then. Const bot real ID equals this dot get real ID. Did I really not write this? Get real ID from entity, yeah. Bot entity. And then we put this here. And this is why linting code's pretty important. Alright, so that was one. Unexpected trailing comma, that is totally correct. Bot real ID is defined but never used. And that was in check for landmines. Why is this not used now? Oh, because we used to send out a message there, and now we don't. Also, this was a stupid way of getting that ID, but whatever. Alright, and then finally we have ID is defined but never used, and that is in a totally different system. Which means the ID component is no longer used as well. What did this used to say? Let's open the log for this. I'm curious when that line of code was relevant. It should have only been a week ago. I think I know what it used to say, but let's find out. So here maybe? Yep, this is where it was useful because we used to send out a message right here and we needed the ID, and now we don't need the ID, so now we can get rid of this. Okay, let's relint and then start writing our commit message. Fixed linting issues. I'm not going to say one of these was a real bug. It was possibly a bug, but it could have been addressed elsewhere. I have an idea for how that would have worked. So let's see. Oh, Games Maxed is actually doing really well now. Who's online, by the way? All right, just myself. Okay, success. Let's check it in. Yet another thing done on the list. We can close these things now. So lint code. Bug. Zapper is not sent to connecting players. This is an issue with multiple things. This is not just Zapper. This is also the case with, well, this may also be the case with Reflect, Shield, etc. So let's try it out. Look at him go. Why, thanks everyone. Alright, the only way to know for sure is to run this. So here's how we'll test this. We're gonna make code here that calls Shield and Reflect. And what I really should have done is make this take much longer. Oh, actually, check it out. We can exploit this. We can do this. We can say Shield self, then Reflect, and then teleport somewhere. The teleport part is going to be a little bit harder. So let's just say if can move right, then we'll just teleport there. Teleport x plus 1 y. and if can move left, then we teleport there. So one of these is forced to be true because we're only going to deploy a single bot. So let's save this. Let's see, did the server load? It did. So now we're going to connect here. We're going to get ready to connect over here. So we're going to connect as Atom 4. Let's put this over here and this over here. So how do we do this? We can't deploy because of stupid. I gotta just wait. This is tedious. Okay, so we still can't deploy. We gotta wait another 10 seconds. This is why I really need to change how game phases work. Alright, well, we're going to do that. We just haven't gotten there yet. Alright, so deploy one of these, and now, there, reflect and shield is on. We connect, and we see neither. Yep, so this is a bug for a lot of different things. Interesting. Yeah, it is the case. That is the case. So, well, it deploys it. Oh, we already fixed that. So fixing this isn't so bad, but how do we make sure this doesn't happen again in the future? And is there another problem here? Is this a problem with cloaking? Okay, first let's change game states. This is really, really tedious. So here's what we'll do. Can deploy bots, return true. There, it's hard-coded, don't even care. Oh, but this won't work unless we restart this too. I didn't want to have to do that. Alright, well, whatever, I guess that's fine. How does cloaking work? Client arena cloaked. We add an is cloaked component. So this is going to work fine. It's wherever we add sprites to something that it's not going to work. And then preventing this in the future is not going to be super easy. Man. Okay, let's take a look at the code. So we have create bot. Where is this called from? It's called from create entity. So at the end of all of this, here's what we need to do. Any sprites added, e.g. via whatever that's called, Zapper activated. What did I call that? Yeah, this. Need to be added here too. This is where things get a little bit more complex. And what is that unexpected token? 1259? What? I didn't change anything in here. I changed something in here. Yeah, what's going on here? Diff all. What? How is there an unexpected token in any of this? No, it's not there. Well. That made no sense. So activated Zapper. Let's take a look. We get the entity, we get a Zapper sprite, we tint it, we add the sprite, and then we add an is zapping component. Now the is zapping component is already going to be there. So, oh man. Alright, I know how this has to work, but it's not great. Okay, let me plot this out a little bit. Let's just make a function called foo, and we'll take in an entity here. And here's what we need to do here. We just need to add the component, and then we need to eventually update the indexer for it. But really all this needs to do is this. And then we need to call this .foo on the entity. And then all of this should happen in there. This won't work. Yeah, this won't work. How do we do this? All right, well, let's list out what the problem is. When you connect to a server that already has a zapping bot, a reflecting bot, etc., you get the is zapping or is reflecting components, but you don't create a sprite for them, since that's a different code path. So the is reflecting, is zapping, they all have this related sprite component here. All of those components have a related sprite component, but they will be marked as undefined. Please watch this during your break and tell me what you think. I won't be able to do that. I can't watch this video. Yeah, so I won't be able to watch this video. So how do we fix this? So, all right, yeah. Solution number one is iterate over all such components like this and manually inject their sprites. But that's not good, because I don't like this, because any new components will need this same behavior. And why can't you go down both code paths? Okay, so first of all, so that everyone's kind of on the same page here, or at least as close to on the same page as we can all be, the two different code paths are this. So code path one is I am on the server when a bot activates its zapper. I will correctly see the zapper sprite. And code path number two is I join the server after a bot has activated its zapper. I am told that it is zapping, but I never add the sprite. So in code path 2, you have an is zapping component, it just doesn't have a sprite on it. So what we could do is just add the sprite. But what I was thinking is, in order for this to kind of converge in the same place, here we have entity add component is zapping, but we don't have the sprite here. So we'd pretty much just have to say undefined. And then I guess we'd inject in the sprite component later. We could say something like inject sprite for zapper. And we can get the sprite, great, get the owner of the entity, get the color based on the owner, tint the sprite. Now make a new sprite out of that, add it to the entity. This is not entirely true. We also need to do something like this. We also need to say something like get the is zapping component, is zapping, and we need to say is zapping component dot related sprite component equals sprite component. Okay, now this would work. And then we call this from up over here. We could say something like is zapping component. If it exists, then we say this dot inject it for the entity. Yeah, we could do something like that. Monaticbind says, when doing ECS, what I like to do is give components an initialize method where they can grab any references to any other components or objects. It's called after all components are added, and the entity's initialize calls all the components initialize methods. So an initialize, I mean, this is sort of where I'm doing that. It's just not on the entity. The entity wouldn't have the information it needs on its own. So the arena would have to do it for the entity. And this is kind of how this would look. But yeah, the problem is the code is organized in the arena, not in the entity itself. Monaticbind, I'll take that into account in a second. First, here's what I want to try. I want to see how does this work, and then yeah, how do we change this? So ideally we want the component to to be able to handle this logic. The components don't have a reference to their owner object. Do they actually? No, I think they only have a reference to, yeah, player ID. And that way, when they're serialized, there's just a number in there. Well, anyway, all right, let's see what we got here. So we have player 1 is going to activate Zapper and then teleport. So let's write this out. We'll connect to the server, and then over here, we'll take, where's Zapper? I can never find Zapper for some reason. We take Zapper and we take like a really weak teleport. And first we say zap, and then we say teleport. And we're gonna have to do this. Oh wait, we can load the code in. Yeah, okay. And instead of this stuff, we'll just put Zapper on instead. So perfect, and then we put a zap function here. Oh, no, we don't do that. We open up JavaScript and we say if can zap, then zap. Good, prettify that code. Save it, and we get ready to deploy it. Good, that didn't work. Okay, let's see. Inject sprite. Oh, we don't have the real ID. Client arena. We can get it though. So we can say const entity real ID equals this dot get real ID from entity. Good. But now that won't exist on the server either, so we need to redo all of that. I don't know. This is going to involve, but yeah, we're going to need to refactor some of this. So the client at least rebuilt. That's fine. We got to wait for the server to finish over here, and we got to change this. Great. So let's just wait, because connecting now wouldn't do anything. I wonder if we can get the build time on the server faster. I don't like how long that's taking. Alright, let's load the code and then try deploying this. Alright, so deploy. There, it is zapping, and now we connect and we see that it's zapping. So that worked. That's one way to fix this bug. I don't like it though, because any new components we add, we need to account for in that same way. Also, the code, I just don't like this. We have an inject sprite for Zapper. So is this something the entity itself can do? Oh, see you, Games Maxed. Thanks for joining. I hope you had fun playing. And if your bots are on auto deploy, then they'll just continue deploying throughout the day until I close the server down. So yeah, your bots are deploying, and I see they have melee on them. So yep, that'll just keep happening. Also, what's the memory usage at? So I think we finally fixed that memory problem by just setting here's how much size you're allowed to use node. Because otherwise it just doesn't care. Wait a second, why is Zapper still on? Something's wrong there. Oh no, nothing's wrong there. It'll eventually turn off. It'll just take a long time. Like a really long time. That was the whole reason why we wrote the code the way we wrote it. But I should see it. It'll teleport to the left again. There, now it turned off. Okay, good. Yeah, good. So how do we do this better? So that we don't end up with inject for all of these things. Here we added the isZapping component. Okay, well here's one way. We could say take any components that we know should have a sprite, and if it doesn't have it, then figure out how to add it. And there's one function where it goes through and does all of this. That's not so bad. I don't think it's great. But yeah, that is one solution. So solution number 2. When we get that an entity activated something, just add the is something component and then call an inject sprites function. So then inject sprites would go through each component that should have a related sprite component, and if it doesn't, it would know how to add the sprite. I don't know how I feel about that though, because there's going to be like, what is it, cloaking doesn't have this problem, but reflect and shield both have the problem. But these are pretty straightforward. Or maybe we just do this for now, and then as we get more things, we fix it then. Like, this is not really a big problem. It's slightly confusing, and it's slightly confusing for up to about 3 or 4 seconds, and then it's never a problem again. And it's only for players who join later, so they can't be in the game already, unless they disconnected, I guess. But even, yeah. Alright. The initialize method allows you to grab more than just sprites. You can grab references to anything else the component might need. Yeah, and I think there are a couple of places where having something like that might be useful. But I also think that I'm kind of doing that. I'm just not writing initialize in the entity itself. I'm writing it in the arena. Because here this is literally just adding a sprite. So this information would be totally fine. Updating the entity indexer is something that needs to be done in the arena. But it could be done after getting the bot. In fact, it could be done here. No, create bot is what adds this. Yeah, that calls add entity. So no, we would need to update it again. So right, okay, so what if we did just pass in to entity, like Magnetic Bind is saying, if we had an initialize function here, and we said like this is called after all components have been added. Oh, but what would we even do in this function other than what I'm doing right now? I guess other things are like a player. No, this function needs access to a player depot. Well, a player depot at least. Or an arena to get all of that stuff. Which is why I don't think I would end up putting this here. Following the same pattern that I've been using. And even if I had written an initialize function, how would I have done it? I guess I would have gone over Zapper. No, this is something that would have to be called multiple times, though. So I feel like the inject way is how I'm going to end up doing this. Also, Versace says KFC opening in Sweden, 25 minutes for me. If I die from obesity, the highest bidder can get my bot script. KFC is not something I've ever like binged on. And in fact, I don't even know if I've been there in the last 5 years. Chick-fil-A just opened up. Well, several months ago, actually. Actually, I probably shouldn't do this search. I don't know if a map is going to show up, and then... Yeah, it did show up. So that was good of me to not do that. Yeah, anyway, it opened up, and I was working in a place at the time where I had to pass by this on my way home from work. One time it jammed traffic so badly that there was like I don't even know how long this was, like a quarter-mile stretch of road that I was stuck on for an entire hour because of how bad traffic was there. It was all because of that stupid restaurant. So I've never been there because I thought I can't support them now, but I've heard the food's good. Wait, what did I just say the other day? That I shouldn't ever endorse anything if I'm not getting paid for it. Sell out. Okay, let's try this out. We got create entity. What we're going to say here is this dot inject sprites for partial components. And then we take this and we say in the inject function, we're going to make this. So inject sprites for partial components. And I guess we need to know which entity it is when we do that. So let's put this here, entity. And yeah. We say if it's zapping, then inject the zapper sprite. If it's Versace says it's good for a fast food standard, I guess, but it's a good step for Swedish fast food to get some variety. We need to step up our obesity game. What is Swedish fast food right now? I mean, I know you have Burger King, but do you have any like Sweden only kinds of places, or I guess in neighboring countries too, but something that I wouldn't find in the U.S.? Because I don't know anything about Swedish fast food. I know you like pizza. So now we're going to say the same thing for is reflecting. Get component, that didn't work. Get component is reflecting. Good, and if that exists, then we inject the sprite for reflector. Pizza, hamburgers and pizza. Are there a lot of taco places there? Wait, what's this hamburger place? I want to look this up. I found it. What is this? They have an app. Oh, nice. This is like a proper fast food place. Huh. I guess this means menu? Hey, it does. Because it starts with M and has an N in it. Neat. Whoops. Grantifer says, what happened? Didn't you have like 900 plus followers? No, I don't think I ever had more than 900. In fact, actually, we're getting really close to 900. Look at this, 899. Oh, it means food. Okay. I was proud of myself right up until you just corrected that. All right, so inject for sprite for reflect, and then we also want the same thing for is shielding, which component names is it called is shielding? Is shield? We called it shield. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Shield component. Oh, we just got a 900th follower. Raging Rican, thank you for following. As with all followers, I know you might have noticed that my lights are changing behind me. That is not me. That was Under0 doing that. So followers get access to my lights for 45 seconds and can change them as they wish. So yeah, cool, 900. Okay, so inject sprite for shield. Let's put that in there too. Now let's get all of these functions working. So we don't have any of these yet. We're going to need to do the same thing we do with Zapper, but with reflect and with shield. So let's do this. Activated reflect is here. We're going to add in the reflect component in here, and then we're going to call this dot inject sprite for reflect entity. Done. Okay. Now this inject reflect. Oh, the function doesn't exist, so we need to look for inject zapper and copy this thing. So now we say inject reflect entity is all of this code, except we also need the entity's real ID. Perfect. Yeah. So I think this is good. And then we do the same thing with shield. So let's go into wherever shield was. What do we call it? Create shield. Here we go. So we're going to take the shield sprite out of this and the sprite component. So we need to put this up here. Target entity. Yep. And then we say this dot up. No, this dot inject shield. Target entity. Yeah, and now all of this goes into there. Inject shield. So So we do this. And then update the indexer down here. Okay. Yep, and it's not called target entity anymore. It's just called entity. And yeah, I think this is it. What is this though? Get component is zapping. Oh yeah, we got to do this part too. Darn. So we got to do the is reflecting. Okay, and then we do the shield component. Oh, this won't work. Oh, actually, Raging Rican. Oh no, Raging Rican was the 900th person. Eduardo was the 901st. So nice. Thank you. I was actually wondering, is it possible to get to 1,000 followers by the end of the year? I guess it all depends on my streaming schedule and how available people are for the holidays. So yeah, this won't work. This needs to inject it based on, it needs to inject for all of the ones that don't have it. Oh, I don't like this. I just don't like this. Versace says, I forget to mention we also love Thai and Chinese food, which I guess fall under the fast food category to some extent since we only eat the easy consume stuff like fried chicken and rice. I think there are Chinese fast food places, but I haven't. No, I guess I have. I've had Thai takeout. I guess I wouldn't consider that fast food, but I know what you're saying. Would I even consider Chinese food fast food? I wonder if I subconsciously define fast food as it has a drive-through in their building. Alright, well anyway, this code is bad. I wonder how to do this better. So we really need to go through, every component that doesn't have the related sprite component. And we're not doing that right now. And so when I do this, inject sprite for zapper, I guess we could pass in the zapper component, the is zapping component. We could do something like this, is zapping component. Oh, we need to change this function again though. Man. I don't think I've ever had Panda Express. Maybe I have, but I don't think I have. Okay, so what if we did this? Const is zapping component equals new is zapping component 1. And then we passed this in here, but we also passed it into here, and then we changed how this stuff worked. So now this function would need to change. So to change this to work on all unpaired components. Yeah. That's how this would have to work. So then okay. So now inject this. Now the is zapping component that we pass in, we need to take it here, and we just do this. Done. Okay. So all that needs to happen for all of these things. Let's try this out again. So, and we're going to need to, let's just put this here for now, just so that we remember. Doesn't mean I'm happy about any of this. Just imagine the least Chinese person ever working in a Chinese restaurant. That would be me a year ago. Wouter, were you a waiter or a busser or like a dishwasher? What were you? Oh, Versace also wants to know this. We're now intensely interested in this. Okay, so this is fine. So we have the inject sprite for all of these different functions. This, we need to do the same thing. So const is reflecting component equals new is reflecting component 1. And we pass this in here. Good. And then same thing for shield. So in create shield, we do the same thing. So we say const shield component equals new shield component life 1. Good. Now we use this and that, and then an inject sprite for shield and inject sprite for any of these things really. We need to say shield component dot sprite component dot related sprite component equals sprite component. Okay, good. And same thing for this. This is reflecting component. Is reflecting. That's probably head chef, right? Wouter was a waiter. Raging Rican. JavaScript makes me think of spaghetti. I think that's a subtle insult, given that what I'm writing does resemble spaghetti code right now, and I'm not happy with it, but perhaps was not intended as an insult. The work I did was fine, but the circumstances in which I had to work were terrible. I think waiting can be a tough job, because people sometimes don't treat you like a human. I haven't been a waiter. I was a cashier, and that same sort of thing happened from time to time. Well, people were generally nice. Okay, so I think all of these are working. I just need to change this function now. So we need to say get all components that are zapping. So and then various inject functions. So we can say something like this: const component function pairs equals an array of arrays. Or we could say something like this. I know this sounds stupid, but this dot inject sprite for zapper. Good. Same thing for is reflecting and for shield. And we have all of the various inject functions. And unfortunately, those are not as generic. So we can do something like this. And now we can iterate over these and say const function component function pair equals that. Then we say we get all the components, so components of type equals entity.get components of component function pair. Well, we could do this actually. Let's say const component name equals cfp0 and inject function equals the first one. So now we get everything of the component name and we iterate through all of those. So we say components of type, and this is J, and we can say let's here instead of vars. We say const component equals that. Now if component, if not util.exists related sprite component, then now we want to call the inject function, and I guess we need to bind it, which is unfortunate. So no, we can do this. We can do dot apply this and then entity comma component. Okay, so if that didn't look terrible, then I don't know what does look terrible. I don't think this is good code. Oh, just the syntax, Raging Rican says. If you could movie title, The Spaghetti Coder. Customers kept taking home table numbers. Huh. Okay, here we go. Let's try this out. It's possible that we fix this. It's possible that it just works fine and that there are no problems. It doesn't mean I'm happy with the code for right now, though. So in activated zapper, we add the zapping component, and then we call inject sprite. And inject sprite will update the entity indexer. Okay, that's fine. So we set the related sprite component. All right, good. Then activated reflect, we get the is reflected, and then we add it for reflect. Good. And then same thing. This associates the component and then updates the indexer. And same thing for shield. We need to make sure that that's working. So we get the shield component. We inject for shield there. Good. And then here we need to associate it to the sprite. Perfect. And update the indexer. Okay, well, let's try it. No better time than the present. Monadic Bind says, so you solved this problem before. It's a dependency problem. Zapper depends on sprite, etc. How did you solve this problem cleanly before? I didn't. I'm pretty sure I didn't. The way that I was doing things before was that you when you were told that Zapper was activated, you added the isZapper component and then related it to another component. And you could do that at the same time. But now this is slightly different ordering. I wonder, okay, let's load this up. We have Zapper, we're gonna put on all of these things. Let's put Reflect, Zapper, and Shield. And we'll save this, and then we'll deploy. Yeah, how do we do this? We deploy, and then we wait for everything to be on there, and then we connect, and yeah, good. Well, no, wait, possibly not good. I think it added Shield on top of Reflect, which is actually okay. Let's see. Yeah, it did. So this is fine. This is now working correctly. In fact, we could test this individually by just doing this. We could say connect as Atom 5 over here, load. If we got rid of Shield, we just deleted that block and then deployed. So now we'll have Zapper and Reflect, and then we connect over here. And yeah, we see Reflect. Okay, now let's just, instead of Reflect, let's put on Shield. All right, so we're going to deploy this. Where did that go? I don't even see it. Wait, why is deploy not working? Oh, I connected it as the same player. Oops. Alright, whatever. I'm done with this. Magnetic Bind says, well, you have plenty of things that rely on other things to exist before they're valid. This is fine, yes. And hey, old man. Oh, I didn't see you. Come back in. Alright, yeah, hey. Also, I'd say Chinese people in general aren't tall at all. I'm 6'5". During holidays, I was a barrister. Well, how does the last part of your statement have anything to do with the last part of the rest of it? Oh, wait, on the other side, I could not do phone calls as I'd had to communicate with a cook who knows very little Dutch. Only understands Chinese. I do not speak nor write Chinese. Oh, hey, Versace. Good use of both the command and the tag. I never made it check for arguments, so it just works. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is fine or not. It works, but is it good at all? Because now every time I want to add a new component that requires this, at least it's roughly where all the rest of this code was, but it is two functions I need to add. Or, no, it's two functions I need to add and one I need to modify. Well, I think I check this in and then go eat lunch. I think. And then if we want to refactor it again later, we can. Give me some of my stand-up comedy, and this is James. Yeah, no, I know it's James. And my stand-up comedy is not a thing yet. The bar top shelves. That's 6 feet off the ground. Oh, I see. Ooh. That would actually, aren't people in the Netherlands, don't they have the highest average height in the world? I thought that was the case. In which case, having 6 feet high shelves would have been a problem for a lot of the country, right? Or at least a lot of the guys in the country. Okay, so inject sprites, we need to comment all of these things. Inject sprites, so when an entity is sent to a player who just connected, they are sent without any sprites since the server doesn't care about sprites. So this function will go through any components that expect to find expect to have a related sprite and will create a sprite and make the association for this entity. Yeah, so this takes in an entity and doesn't return anything. Natural reaction to the rising of the sea level. TBT to when Atom pulled out the your mother joke out of nowhere. Top 3 MLG moments of my life. Yeah, I couldn't tell if people were just humoring me or if they actually found that joke funny. Alright, so inject spray for shield. I'm going to say C, inject sprites for partial components. This takes in an entity and then a shield component. Alright, yeah, and then we're going to kind of do the same thing over here. I'm going to say this is an is whoop, 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 whoop. Good. Why is double clicking not working here? Tallest correct word. Yeah. Yep. Okay, and then this one too. C, inject for partial components. Good. Okay, what next? What else has changed in here that I need to modify? Well, it was all of this code. So inject sprite for zapper. Yeah. So I will write this up here. The individual inject sprite for foo functions exist so that the code paths can converge. Code paths can converge, so that code paths can converge. I'll say code paths being the one mentioned above about new players, and the code path where an existing player is simply told that an entity activated something like reflect. There. Okay. So we changed all of these functions. To be fair, those functions got a little bit simpler, but it's really just because we moved the complexity somewhere else. So I'm going to put a comment. No, maybe I shouldn't. I was going to put a comment here saying why I did this. I'll just write quickly. At this point, entities have certain components that need associated sprites. And I guess I'll put some commentary here saying this function would be best suited in the entity class itself probably, but it would need the arena and the player depot at the very least, I believe. Okay, Versace says, oh, Throwback Thursdays. According to Wikipedia, they're not the tallest. Human height. Where is it? Average male height. Alright, let's just go by that. These are the shortest countries, and now these are the tallest. Wow, Argentina, not applicable. They don't have height in Argentina. Netherlands, 6 feet and a half inch is the average male height. What is it in the US? Where's US on here? Why are some of these countries in green? United States. The one problem with searching for this. Oh, here we go. 5 foot, 7.5 inches. Okay. I wonder what the racial demographics in Netherlands are. I mean, I'm sure Wikipedia can tell me that too. But I feel like the US may be more diverse. But maybe I'm just making excuses for my country. From Argentina. So I'm so tall when I measure, the tape measure just responds not applicable. Okay, I think this is finally done. And what was this about game state that changed? Oh, return true. No, that's got to be reverted. Okay, so fixed bugs with reflect, shield, and zapper where connecting to a server where a bot already had one or more of these activated would not result in a sprite being applied to the bot. I'm not totally happy with the solution I came up with, but it works. Which code repository am I using? So I'm using Bitbucket because they don't charge for private repositories. All right, so bug fixed. Here's what we're gonna do now. I'm gonna take lunch. So I guess I'll write this on the list, lunch, and then we'll say another giveaway, and then we'll do the rest of this stuff. Make sure you can open the leaderboard by default. Oh, and then this needs to be done too. Yeah, all right. This shouldn't be too bad, I hope. But then again, you never know what bugs you're going to run into as you do this stuff. So let's close all this and let's get ready to go to lunch. Also, let me take a look. Did anyone... yeah, no one's in there. Is that easy to set up? Oh yeah, it's totally easy to set up. In fact, if you just go to Bitbucket and click, I think, create repository, you're pretty much already done. Then you just clone it and you're finished. Okay, yeah, I am going to go eat. I am human and require food. So BRB lunch, we're going to say 35 minutes. So I might be back sooner than that, but I'll say 35, like I said, to be safe. Now, when I get back, I'll be back for roughly 4 hours. Not quite 4 hours, but close to that. And again, I want to say this as many times as possible this week. I will not be streaming on Thursday, and I won't be streaming on Friday. So yeah. All right. Oh, also let me... yeah. Okay. I'm going to go on. See ya. Oh, also there was one other thing that was said. You used Bitbucket. Yes, I do. All right, let's refresh that page. There, done. Why you know Friday? I'll be on a road trip. Killer screensaver. Hey, Skynet. Wait, I'm scared of giants. Is that the same person from yesterday? No, not yesterday. Friday. Hey, Oscro. Getting my Snoopy hype on? What is this? Oh boy. 10 hours. I always wonder, is there anyone out there in the world who's ever actively listened to one of those crazy 10-hour videos? How could you not go insane after just even 5 replays of the same song? Okay. So we're going to start by giveaway. Alright. I'm scared of giants. I'm going to time you out again. And, yeah. Try to be constructive in chat. So giveaway time. We'll make the countdown be 10 minutes for this one. Countdown timer. Right, 10, done, start. Okay, so 1:26 p.m. All right, cool. So as far as render which game phase we're in, I think this is something that's a good idea to do, at least in small text underneath the timer, maybe. I've listened to 100 hours of Nyan Cat. No, you haven't. You better not have. Roving Eye says, good morning. Seems I've just woken up at my desk. Interesting. Oscroak says anything, presumably to get into the pre-beta giveaway. Okay, so render which game phase we're in. Let's do that. Let's go into reducer temp. And let's do set game phase. And then in our set timer reducer that we have up here, we're also going to say current game phase. Let's just say game phase, and we'll just put null here. And we really should put null for this too, because both these things are not set by default. So let's in here say set game phase, and we set game phase. Fancy that. Hey, Fat Cookie. All right, so same thing. Set timer. We're going to have set game phase, and then we're going to have an action creator, which is set game phase. Good, and that takes in a game phase. Makes sense. Totally fine. All right, next up, timer.js. Let's make it so that if this is null, that we don't even show it. Which, what do we want to do for that? Fat Cookie says, I like your haircut. It's too. You know what I should do? I'm instilling something new now. We're gonna, every time someone, the first person to ever comment on a haircut gets 3 points. It is done. Let's add it to the list. This is like the worst stream interaction I could possibly ever instill, but I'm gonna write it down now. Where do I write this? I don't even know what list I should ever keep track of this in. At 1:18 p.m. on 11/23/15, I made a new policy. The first person to comment on my haircut will get 3 points. There. Anyway, my haircut was like 2 weeks overdue. That's it. There, I'm done talking about hair. Also, how are we doing on the giveaway? 7 minutes left. Yeah. And remember, if your name shows up over here, you're in the giveaway. Although if it's from a long time ago, then you might get removed in the next 10 minutes. So yeah, sometime since when I said the giveaway thing, make sure that you've said something. Okay. So set game phase. And we need to do something in timer here, like how we've been doing for all of this other stuff, where we say like, is this null or is it not null? And what do we do based on that? So here's what we're going to have here. We're going to say this dot props dot. We could just say timer ms not equal to null. In fact, none of this stuff is going to work if it's null. So how do we do this? If timer ms not equal to null, then we get all of this stuff. And at some point we need the time string, so let timestir equals just nothing. We can get rid of this. And now what we do here is we say timer ms, no, let's do it this way. Const showing timer equals timer ms not equal to null. So now we change this to if showing timer, and then same thing down here. Showing timer question mark? If so, show the timer, otherwise show nothing. And what's on my clipboard right now? Timer ms, yeah, I don't need that. Sweet Jenny says, I think you have a very sexy haircut. No, I said the first person. I don't want people trying to get tons of points. I like you name. Hey, Fat Cookie, that's like the second time you got a compliment on your name, isn't it? Huh. If only you didn't have the 22 at the end of it. It'd be totally different. Alright. Line 50, which is here. Can we not do things this way? Wait, yeah, what's going on here? Showing timer, question mark, div, span, div. What? What am I supposed to be doing here that I'm not doing? 100 points for Versace. Likes my posture. Very attractive and healthy. Actually, I do need to focus on my posture. So. Okay. How does this work? Can I just do this? Is this like a line problem? No, it's not. And it is coming from here, right? Timer.js. Yeah. So I screwed this up. Who said I wanted the points? Perhaps I just think it's sexy. Alright. That's possible, I guess. Sidok says that's funny. I'm back, Adam. Let me grab a drink and something to eat. BRB. Okay, guys, hold up the stream. We can't do any more coding. Exo does not have his food and drink. Gotta wait. Alright, but seriously, I want to get this. There's something I wrote about React here a long time ago that I never looked up, and now we have to look it up. So... ECS... I don't know where I did this. Hang on a second. I'm looking off screen now at my notes for this. Yeah, I don't know. There was some guideline for how to write these render functions. I wonder if I can just do something like let's just say render test, and we'll say if how do I want to do this? Render timer, showing timer, if not showing timer, return null, otherwise return the div that we want, this thing. Oh, well then we need the time string as well. Oh man, this is stupid. Versace. I got a Snickers. I feel like myself again. Now that's some real advertising. Someone signed me. Imagine if that's how it worked. Just someone in chat said, I really like hamburgers. And then McDonald's is like, whoa, this guy's insane. Like, we never thought of that. You just say that you like a product. It'll never happen. Okay, so in order to do this, we need to have this style and time string. And I don't want to pass all of this in. Okay, let's just see if it would work, because I've never done this and I feel like it's neater React than what I have right now. So we put this here, and then down here we just say return this dot render timer, showing timer, style, and time string, and then we delete all of this. Does this work? Maybe. Huh, that might work. But again, is this better? I don't know. So much Kappa. I really enjoy Botland. Oh, right. It's almost 1:26. We almost forgot. We have 1 minute and 26 seconds left. Micropayments ruin games. So the way Botland's going to work is it's going to be free to play. And if you want to spend money, you can. And there are two different things you can spend money on. And we haven't, I guess, totally nailed this down yet. So I'll just talk about one of them. One is buying... how much do I want to say about this? One is buying like a grab bag of hardware. And so hardware is what you have in the game right now, like lasers and missiles. There are going to be lots of different varieties of that. So it's not something that you need to spend money on, but you could if you wanted to. And hey, folk, if you mention a product, you automatically get another point of Atom coin. Hey, Scottish Randoms. Not sure if it's going to work that way. All right, where's our countdown timer? We got 30 seconds left. All right, let us turn these off. There, okay. So you have 19 seconds left, which is why I turned off that thing on my screen. No 3 points. All right, you're going to make me undo that policy that I had. And then nobody gets points. Then it's minus 3 points for every compliment I get, and plus 3 for every insult. All right, let's run the giveaway. Click Exo Gaming. Congratulations. You have won out of a total of what looks like about 12 or 13 people. So, and I believe you won last week too. So you're pretty much just never going to have to spend your points on the game. All right, let's do this. Done. There you go. You now have access to Botland. Fat Cookie says, I'm sorry for what I started. No, you didn't intentionally start it. All you said was nice haircut, which thank you. Okay, so giveaway is now done. Now, render what game phase we're in. We are going to do this. And we really... we could just do it in the timer component, but that's not proper. Let's go to client main. We have update game state. We're going to say, yeah, that needs to be done. But then there's also a received game state here. We're going to dispatch a set game state with this dot game state dot game phase. Actually, did we call this set game phase? Oh, good. Whew. And I don't believe I coded any of that correctly just now. There should be a get game phase. Yes, there is. That is what I wanted to write here. And then I wanted to do set game phase here. And then I wanted to also do this. There. It was such a subtle comment that branched out into a fluster for compliments. Creative says, I don't mind if it's things that don't affect gameplay, like skins for bots or other visual specifications. I just can't stand it when the game is basically unplayable unless you sink cash into it. Yeah, so I totally understand that. And I do not like games like that either. And there are two different ways that that can surface. One is in pay to win, where if you haven't spent money, then you're not on a competitive level with everybody else. And then the second is pay to even just to play, which is something like, yeah, you can play 10 games today, but if you want to play 11 games, then you should spend some money on the game. I don't like either of those. So what we're going to have is something like, when you, I guess picture a game like Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone. You have some cards right at the very beginning, and you were started in some way where it's like they gave you some booster packs. Can you form a competitive deck? I don't know, maybe, but are you able to at least start playing and having fun? Yes. So the way Botland's going to work, and remember, at the end of the day, I'm not just making this game totally for free. Like, yes, I am trying to make money. I'm spending at least a year and a half of my time doing this. And I want to make sure that it's satisfying for players who play without spending money, and for players who spend a little bit, and for players who spend a lot. And so we want to accommodate all of that. There are a lot of cosmetics that you'll be able to get in the game, a lot of cosmetic items. And there are things you can buy in the game that, like I said, hopefully don't make you much better, but perhaps expand the utility that you have. Maybe at the competitive level, it's I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how this is all going to work. Oh, mic muted. No, it's not. You made me check, though. You got me. Okay, so now we have the state here. We just don't have it rendering anywhere. So let's just throw it in a timer for now. Well, in fact, let's just do this. Let's just put it right here. We'll put time string, and then we'll say this dot props dot game phase state dot game phase. Oops. I screwed that up. Exactly, but you can't buy things that give you an edge. Yeah, so how I'm expecting this to work, let me give you a more concrete example. Right now in the game, there are lasers, there are missiles. I'll just say, let's say those are the only two things in the game right now. Well, there are also going to be something like this, like vampiric lasers, where they do, so if this was, and I've talked about this before, but this might do like, 90 damage and plus 20% life leech. And then there might be something like spread missiles, which is hit all targets in the area for 1/5 damage. I don't know, something like that. Okay, so these things are not necessarily better than their more basic counterparts, like lasers and missiles, but they're different, and there might be a situation where you want to use these. So for you to get something like this, you can definitely get as a free player, and it would be a chance that you have that you can find it. And if not, there are other ways you can get it in the game. And so something like this is something where, yeah, as you progress through the game, you're getting more of these items. You have to figure out how do you use them, how do you want to use them. And old man says, could I request your lights? Sure. Sure, I will do that for you. I didn't want you to feel like I'm shoving you out of chat or something. Okay, there. You now have access to my lights. Did I even code this right? Did I? Let's try this out. Yeah. Okay, so now let's wait for that to change. And okay, it's in game. We gotta just wait for it to be post game now too, and then all of this stuff has definitely worked. Okay, yeah, looks good. So we want to make this less in your face. I have more hours, but you have like 600. Six hours. Wait, what? Scottish? You don't have, never mind. I don't know. I'm probably not even paying attention to what's going on in chat. Hey, Versace. Oh, I was going to say, just go watch the Legion beta. Like, I don't want to hold you back from watching whatever it is you want to watch. Okay, so we're going to add in a new component now. I just don't want to do this. I don't, because this is temporary UI, and I don't want to make a whole bunch of new components and connect everything together. So yeah, we're just going to throw this into here for now, I think. In fact, how do I want to do this? Let's put this here. Let's say render game state. And I'll say to do, this doesn't belong here, but I don't know where this will end up. So for now, this is where this will go. And we can get rid of this stuff and this, and then put this here. Okay. Oh, no, don't worry about it. You can talk about whatever you want. See you, Grantifer. Okay, I hope you had fun with the lights. Okay, so render game, this is really render game state, I think is fine. So what we're going to do is this, and we'll put in like showing game state at all. And no, we can just put this here, I guess. Back timer milliseconds. We'll just say game phase. And we'll call this game phase. 1 mute, 2 minimize, 3 profit. Okay, so then this div is going to be a little bit different. We're going to say const style equals, I don't know, font size, something tiny. Let's just say 0.75 EM for now. Position absolute, just like before. Top, I don't know. Let's find out what it should be. How many pixels from the top is this? It's like 62, so fine. We'll say 64. WoW's not dead, it's very alive actually. It's not as hyped and well marketed. Is this Haskell, by the way? No, this is JavaScript. Oh, I see. Okay, so then text align, center, just like we had before. Pointer events none, shadow, sure, fine, all this stuff is all the same. So yeah, let's take that in too. Okay, great. And we'll want to change a lot of this around. I'm going to do that at some point, just not now. So now we have render game phase. Great. But now we can't just do the return this dot render timer. Oh boy. Okay, let's do it this way. This dot render timer, this dot render game phase. Is this even how this can work? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I haven't used this this style before, so I don't know this. Yeah, I know. Unexpected token 89. I don't think I need semicolons. I don't think that's what's wrong here. I think the problem, what's wrong is that I'm just putting two statements right next to each other. These need to be surrounded in one div. They're really two different components. All right. How do I want to do this then? I guess I want to put this directly into, so let's change this back to what it used to be. And let's do this. I don't like any of this. See you, William. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay, so do I make this another component? It's really not the worst thing if I do, so fine, I'll just make it another component. Because I'm not happy with this right now. Let's just call this like game phase display.js. And this will be, well, instead of render timer, we're going to have game phase. We're going to say if game phase equals null, then just return. We don't even need this, to be honest. We can just say this, render game phase. And then we can say const game phase equals this dot props dot game phase state dot game phase. Adam, have I played WoW at one stage or another? If so, did you like it? Yes, I played it, and yes, I liked it. I played when it first came out. So level 60 was the cap. I played priest and shaman to level 60, and then for some reason played like 2 more priests to level 60. I don't know why. I really liked leveling up in that game. And yeah, that was it. Of course, the game has turned from its original form and has become more modern and different. In Folk, it actually wasn't working code. It was like, it could have worked if I'd changed it, but I don't think it would have been a good idea. So we're going to call this game phase display. And yep, that's fine. Over here we do game phase, we set the style, we set that directly into this function. I think it doesn't make sense to set it somewhere else. So let's take this here, good. We can delete all of this. And now in render we delete most of this. Render game phase, and then we delete all of this. And there we have it. So now I don't think we need Lodash. And I think this is done now. So let's go into Botland app, and right underneath timer we'll put game phase display. And then just like how we're using the timer here, let's put this here too. There. Oh, just thinking about that. Okay, I see. Played in phases since 2005. Let's test it out. Should be a smaller display for game phase now. Uh-oh, we broke everything. What did I break? Timer is not defined, main is not defined. How did that happen? How did that happen? Oop. Timer, oh whoops. Okay, yeah, I'm stupid. Put this down here. Okay, now we wait for it to rebuild. Also, I should probably just stand up at this point. Okay. Should be able to refresh this. Oh, no we can't. No, we can't. You know why we can't? Because we did not have that file beforehand. Hang on a second, I gotta make sure that my elbows are at right angles. And I guess move this camera over a little bit. Maybe it's my monitor. There. Okay, yep, let's refresh. Hopefully this shows up how I want it to. It's kind of close. You can see it says pregame written down there in really small text. So we're close to it, we're just not there yet. And let's do watch again. New camera angle. It's the same angle, just a different elevation. But I get you. Alright, so let's set the font size a little bit bigger. Let's make the text color white. And what else do we want to do here? Maybe see, the text shadow of 1 pixel is as small as we can get it, I think. Wait, what's this 2 pixels here for? I don't know what that is. Hey, Creeper Fighter. Don't think Adam appreciates my weirdness. Better back off. Okay. I've never like explicitly said in chat anything other than like don't post my personal information and don't be a jerk. And so I appreciate a lot of different things in chat, but I think at some point it's got to contribute something to the chat. So either discussion or humor or questions, anything. And I'm purposely just going to leave that sentence as is so that it's open to some interpretation. Okay, yeah, this looks a little bit better right now. Adam, if you don't mind me asking, why do you stand up? So when I'm seated all day, and my seated posture was really, really bad, I think, before at least this last week. Now I'm trying to focus on it more. But when I'm seated, I tend to be leaning to one side, and having like one shoulder higher than the other shoulder for 8 hours a day is really, really bad for you. Like, really bad. And I had a lot of pain. It was, 2 weeks ago? I couldn't get out of bed for 2 days. I had muscle spasms in my back. And I don't know how much of that was due to sitting down. And that's the kind of thing I'm trying to avoid. Granted, that happened after I had the standing desk. So who knows if I hadn't even been standing for the time, what would have happened, or if it was totally unrelated. I don't know. Roving Guy says, you want me to stop being a jerk as well? No, like I said, like, contributions to chat, I think, are what's important if you're going to chat. And they can manifest themselves in different forms. So if something's wrong, I will ask people to stop, and you can pretty much, yeah. I try not to be passive aggressive on stream. So basically, I've been a waste of space in your chat. I've been a leech, living off the fellow followers, contributing nothing to the chat except creating a weird atmosphere. That is an overstatement. I would definitely say the weird atmosphere part is true. There have certainly been some strange things that you've said in chat, and at first it was like a novelty, and now, yeah, I think changing more into the status quo of viewers is probably a good idea. Okay, so we've got this showing now. The whole reason I did this is so we can eventually put better text there. So for right now, maybe I'll just change it up slightly or put a display name or something like that. Yeah, I'll put display names in. How about that? So we have constants, game phases, and let's put export const game phase names. We're gonna say game phases dot pregame is going to be pregame, and then in game, we'll just say. No, I don't want to do this. No, maybe I don't want to do this at all. No, this is stupid. I'll just hard code this in here, I think, for now, which is possibly also a bit stupid. Versace said, "Did you ever see the doctor after that happened? By the way, maybe would it be possible for them to find the most possible reasoning." I didn't see a doctor after that, So part of the problem with streaming is that all of my normal work hour time is spent streaming. So going to see a doctor is like, gotta find one on the weekend. And I've had this happen one other time in my life. Although that time there was a very obvious cause to it. I was lifting a suitcase, like, instead of, well, can't really see because I'm not going to angle the camera. But anyway, I lifted the suitcase like out, which was really stupid. You should lift it close to your body. And then I immediately went into spasms and it was like terrible. And this time though, there wasn't that same cause, or at least obvious cause. So I thought, all right, I've had this happen. Maybe it's not. I should just go see a doctor. I'm really just justifying why I'm not going. Time is both a blessing and a curse. What is time? Does it truly exist? Alright, I don't know if you're bitter at me saying what I said, and if you are, you should send me some whispers. But it sounds like you're just joking. Maybe you just need a good massage. Wi-Fi. Alright. So here's what I want to do. I want to go into the game phase display, and I want to change what prints out based on what the current game phase is. So we're going to say something like const game phase text, and we're going to just set it to, or well, let's say let. We'll just make it game phase by default, and we'll say if game phase equals, and we need constants here, so let's do import star as constants from shared client and game server constants. Okay, so if it is constants dot game phases dot in pregame, we'll say something like game is about to start. The match is about to start. Let's say something like that. The match is about to start. Else. And we will put this text all here. Great. Else if it is in-game, we'll just say well, I don't think we say anything if we're in-game, right? And then post-game, we'll say something like the next match will the match is over. The next one starts soon. Let's try that. See what happens. All right, hang on a second. Okay. So, did this finish building? That is a question. It did, and now I'm rerunning it. And now we're going to take a look at these different phases and see what happens. And just, does it look weird? Does it look okay? Let's take a look. It should say, yep. Well, we screwed up. Game phase equals constant. So what, constants can't be found? Is that what's happening here? No, constants can be found. Game phases can't be found because it's capitalized. Okay, we'll try this out. Okay. Here we go. It still says pregame. Oh, right. Oh, God. Rookie mistakes. Rookie mistakes. All right, that should be fixed. Okay, here we go. This time I mean it. Now we take a look at the timer, and it says the match is about to start. Okay, great. That makes sense. That sounds good. I think it's pretty obvious what that means to anyone who just starts to play the game. The match is about to start in like 2 seconds. Now, the match started. And now, I guess what we could do is, if the time is low enough, say the match is about to end. Maybe we'll do it if it's less than 1 minute. And then we say the match is over. The next one starts soon. This is fine for now. This text isn't super important. It's going to be changed eventually anyway. So I don't want to write a Python program. Perhaps teach me what a tuple is. Not sure what it is. Thought it was like an array. Thank you for appreciating my name. A tuple is, so in its, I think in its closest to its definition, it's just a pair of something. But in Python, I would say it really is just, it is an immutable array. So if you have something like, you know, my tuple equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is something you can index as a, actually let me do it as a let's do it as strings. Adam is so great at Python. Okay, so if you say my tuple 0, you've accessed Adam. If you say my tuple, you know, -1, you've accessed Python. If you were to try to set one of these things though and change this to, let's say, Bob, it would say tuple object does not support item assignment. So a tuple is just an immutable array. And immutable means cannot be mutated, which means you can't change it, which means you can't assign to it. Okay, great. I'm happy with this. So let's check this in, and then let's move on to the next thing. Render which game phase we're in, perhaps something like 1 minute until the game starts. Yeah, I think this is fine. Well, we can always change this later. So let's say the game phase that you're in, no, a message is rendered underneath the timer based on which game phase you're in. So tuple is like an enum in C. Not quite. So an enum in C is mostly used for like its own kind of type, where you might say, oh, this is the direction north as opposed to the direction south. You'd make an enum for that in C. In Python, a tuple is for when you want a set of something that you don't want someone modifying. So let's say you were to return, I don't know, position, for example, so you have a function in Python like get position of some object. Maybe there's no object, and you just said, oh yeah, here's the position. It's at 4, 5, and so now as the caller of it, you're like, oh, I want to get the position of something. Great, I've got the position. Now I can do position 0 is 4 and position 1 is 5. But when I try modifying that, that doesn't really make any sense because the position of this thing is immutable. So it makes sense that I'd represent it with an immutable data structure. Again, I'm contriving something on the fly here, so this is not the best explanation for why you'd want a tuple. But I would say look online for that. But yeah, you definitely use a list or an array when you want mutability, when you want to be able to change it. Okay, so a message is rendered underneath the timer based on which game phase you're in. So now we have the set game phase command that's being called. Looks good. We have an action for that. We need a reducer for that. We have the new component here. Timer has been changed. Why did I even do this? Oh, what? This is why I did this. This is now gone. Okay, I don't know if I like that new syntax, but we'll have to check it in separately. Game phase null. Oh, right, because the timer can now be null. Okay, I got it. Okay. Yep. Okay, looks good. So a message now, and yeah, also the timer is only rendered when the timer ms variable in the reducer is not null. Okay, great. I can't see a time when an immutable list would be necessary, but I'm way too inexperienced to understand it just yet. Yeah, I think if you looked up something like immutability in Python, or like why would I want an immutable structure, even Wikipedia might have something like this. Oh, also there are other, so here's another reason that I totally forgot that I actually do know, is that when you're using multiple threads, immutable objects can just be shared without any problem because there's no chance of them being modified. But that is also something that I'd say is relatively advanced as far as programming goes. But yeah, I'd look up why online, and for now, just realize that it exists. You might want to use it. You might not want to use it. For now, it's okay. Okay. I think we got that done, right? I just checked in. Did I check in? Do I even know what I'm doing anymore? Okay, render which game phase we're in. Done. Make sure you can open the leaderboard by default. It isn't sent until the simulation server set up. Yeah, this is something that's kind of weird. It's basically just refresh the page and then hit tab as soon as you can. And yeah, it looks like everything's fine, right? I don't know how else this could happen. Also, thank you guys for the follows. Yeah, I think this is fine. In fact, this is only set up in the Botland app is set up. Well, whatever. It looks fine. If there's ever a bug, then we log it then. Reset player stats in Arena at each new game. This is the part that is very important, and then we're going to make a deploy after this. That's going to be the final part of this. So deploy, and then maybe a new giveaway, and then we'll start working on teams, and that'll probably be it for today, so we got another 3 hours left. So we're going to do reset player stats and the Arena at the end of each game. So here we go. Let's go into the game server. We have update game state. And in here, if the new game state is pre-game, then we have just ended a game. So we're going to need to do something. So how do I want to say this? Let's say let starting new game equals false. And we will set this to true right here. And then we'll do this here too. If starting new game, then well, we know we're starting a new game because it's going to be pre-game. So I guess we don't technically need to send anything different. Yeah, how do I want to do this then? Yeah, let's get rid of this. Let's do this. If this is pre-game and this is the new game phase, then you're starting a new game, so reset the arena and the leaderboard. And in order to do that, we're going to say what we did in the test server, which is wipe out all entities. Wipe out all entities. Yep, good. So this dot arena dot wipe out all entities. And then there was one other thing we had to do here. No, where was it? It was like reset player stats. Yeah, this. Player depot. So this dot player depot dot reset all player stats. That's something that the client can do as well. Right? What's going to happen here? When we call wipe out all entities, we tell the client about that. Then we do this. Like, should this just be done as a unit? I don't know. Alright, let's try this out for now. Next, we need to wipe them out on the client as well. That's not something that happens right now. In fact, this is we never even call this function outside of the test framework. Beefcake says, I have a beginner question. In C#, why are these used? Curly braces and exclamation point. The curly braces have many different... Well, you said curly brace 0. So I think this is an object initializer in C#. How do I even look this up? Maybe I'm thinking of C++, how you'd set something to... Okay, how about this? Beefcake, if you send me a line of code where you see curly braces being used, I can explain it to you. But for right now, I haven't used C# in long enough where I can tell you every use of the curly braces. Like, they're definitely used for things like if statements, you'd have a curly brace there. They're used for something like a class, you'd have a curly brace there. They're used in, I think, static initializers. There's like a whole bunch of different places. So yeah, if you give me something explicit, then I can tell you what it's about. And then the exclamation point is not. And that's typical in almost every programming language now. So you could say something like, if is visible, then show this thing. And you could say like, if not is visible, then, and I know this is silly, don't show this thing. Like, this is not real code that you'd have, but it demonstrates what the exclamation point means. You can put it before something. It is called a unary operator, and it impacts just one thing. It has one argument. Its already is 1, and it means not. How did I go about learning to program? Was it self-taught? It was self-taught at first, like way back when, and then I started taking classes, and then I went to college, and then I had jobs, and now here I am. Remember asking you about this code? before, and I think I get it now. Is it similar to return in that you strictly use it in a function with the parameters in those parentheses? I'm not sure what you're talking about exactly. You said this dot blah blah before. I think I get it now. Yeah, again, if you give me a code snippet, I can explain it to you, but I'm not totally sure what you're referring to. Okay, so yeah, reset all player stats is only being called from exactly one spot in the code right now, and this is a spot that I just added. So we need to tell players about it, but we don't even really need to tell players about it because we already have by just sending them the new game state. So in client main, when we receive the game state, we can check to see what that game state is. Oh wait, no, we can't. Oh, unless the old game state was different. Oh, so we can do this. We can say something like this. Serialized game state. No, so let's say const old game phase equals this dot game state dot get game phase. So if, oh, there's already a wipe leaderboard call here. That's not even correct. Oh boy. Okay, there are two things to consider here. Game state. One is this, and this is before we send the players. So, note, sending this will wipe the leaderboard for the connecting player. That's something that always needs to be done when you don't currently have a game state. But you might have just... No, this is wrong. This is wrong. Okay, where do we turn off? So bug, wherever we turn off the simulation server is where we need to reset the leaderboard. That way we are not dependent on the server for that information. Like the reason you use this within coding. Oh yeah, so this, or what you typically find as self in Python, is for object-oriented coding, where you can access the properties of a particular class. So in Python, you'd have something like this, where you say class person, def, init, and like I said, it's called self in Python. It's really called whatever you want it to be called, but it's typically self. So you might say something like self.name equals name, and then you could have a def say name, which would be print my name is plus self.name. So if we paste this into Python, and this won't work because of my print statement, I think. Unexpected indent. Oh, because there's a new line. Python. Yeah, and so now print is wrong because I'm in Python 3.4. So let's make it the correct version, and let's use percentages everywhere. There. Okay, great. So now I can say something like Adam equals person Adam, Adam.sayName. My name is Adam. So I'll put this into chat. Self is essentially the same as this in this case, and what you're doing is you're getting a property of an object that you have. So if you're just learning object-oriented programming, a lot of that might be new to you, but I'll paste this in, and you can have something to work with. And remember, I'm going to paste it in with these like triple greater than signs, which means that this is input, and then the stuff that follows is, well, I should also print the output, I guess. So I'll just put this in the paste bin really fast. Paste bin. We'll just expire it in a day, mark it as unlisted, and then paste that into chat. Just came back from McDonald's, nice and fed. I'm ready for the stream. Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, Beefcake. No, I totally know what you're talking about now. You're talking about hello 0, and then you can put something here like Adam if you want. So this is string interpolation, and it's parameterized string interpolation. Now that doesn't matter. You can ignore the formal name of that. What this is really doing is it's taking, let's say this. My name is this, and my profession is this. By the way, in case you already forgot, my name is this. So here's what this is going to print. And watch, I'm going to do essentially what C# is going to do for you. It's going to put this string on the command line, essentially, and then it's going to say, everywhere that I see curly braces 0, I'm going to replace it with the 0th argument after this thing. So now that is Adam, and I see it over here too, that is Adam. And now I see this, I'm going to replace this with the first argument after this. And remember that things are 0 indexed, so it's really the second argument. So now we put that there. So it would say, my name is Adam and my profession is programmer, by the way, in case you already forgot, my name is Adam. So you could do something along the lines of just like, this would print Adam 5 times if you did something like this. And it would totally ignore programmer because you never put a 1 there. So if you want, look up string interpolation. Okay, so this, whenever we turn off the simulation server, we need to do this for the, oh boy, yeah, where do we do this? At some point, we say that we're no longer in single player mode. And that must be coming from main. Single player is in single player. Set is single player false. Here we go. Connect to server. This is where we need to wipe the leaderboard. We wipe out all entities. We need to reset the scores. We need to do all of that stuff. Yes, here, definitely. So we put this here. Can deploy bots, get game phase. Okay, yeah. So where do we wipe out all entities? Well, in the giveaway, which I should really remove the giveaway at this point. But at the arena, yep, good. So store.dispatch, wipe leaderboard, set can deploy to false. And we should also do, we remove all players. That's actually very clever. So it's like a placeholder. Okay, thanks. Yeah, yep, exactly. And by the way, the way that it works, when you have like console.writeLine, whatever you put in here, like this is going to print whatever I put after the comma here. It's going to be, it's toString is going to be called. So it's going to be turned into a string object. So you can put the number 5, you can put a person object, you can put a string, you can put a whatever else. And it'll just magically get turned into a string for you. So set can deploy false, wipe out the leaderboard. This is great. This is exactly what I needed to do here. Now, when we get a game state transition, if old game phase equals, we should really run this through a transition function. Or, excuse me. Okay, let's do it this way. Constant game phases dot post game and new game phase equals this dot game state dot get game phase. Good. Let's put this over here in the parentheses. That did not print correctly. That's fine. And the new one equals constants dot game phases dot pregame. Then you have just started. Okay, no. The server told you that a new game has just started. So wipe out the leaderboard. Store.dispatch. Wipe out. No. Wipe leaderboard. Okay, good. But then we should also wipe out the player stats. Let's do this dot player depot dot and whatever I called it, reset all player stats. Yeah. There we go. Adam, take a look at this. Definite x name. X dot name equals name def say name print my name is x name Adam. Yeah, that is the same. So the way that works in Python, and if I still have this paste bin, I can show you. The way this works in Python is self is a name that you can put whatever you want there, and just by what's that word? It starts with a C. By convention. Just by convention, it happens to be called self. And so in Python, yeah, you could change this everywhere you want to just some random string of characters. It's still going to work the same way. And this will eventually make sense. I'm not going to explain it right now of why this happens, but if you eventually keep this in mind, that C was eventually converted into C++ and it was first called C with classes, just keeping that sentence in mind will eventually let you kind of understand how Python classes work. And yeah, it's not super important for right now. So for now, just know that by convention itself, in other languages, there is no convention in JavaScript. It is, you have to type the word this. If you want to access, yeah, this thing that this refers to, you can later assign it to something else. You could say self equals this, but you need to at some point write the word this in your code. But Python's different. Okay. So this is fine. I think we fixed that now. And now it'll be a test of, does all this work? So now when a game starts, it'll wipe out the arena. And that should be that. Also, my toes feel super weird right now, like they just broke or something. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Just wait for this to start up again. And let's connect with two different players when we do this. So how are we going to do this? We need to make sure that when we connect, we get the current game state and we get whatever the leaderboard was at that time. So we need at least 2 players, actually. We need 3. So for JavaScript or something, forgive me, I barely remember. It's like, oh, and by the way, whatever you're about to paste, you should probably put it in a paste bin. Sit down, man. Oh, the toes thing. Oh, yeah. No, it's just a weird tingly feeling. I don't know what this is. It's happened from time to time. And no, I've only been standing for like 20 minutes, right? Why can I not connect over here? That is very, very bizarre. Cannot read property get game phase of null. Oh boy, where did this happen? Received game state. Oh, if there is no current game state, which there might not have been. How's that possible? It's not possible. Right? This dot game state? Game state is set right here. Game state equals null, but then it gets set when you connect to the simulation server. How did this happen? If I refresh this page, it shouldn't happen anymore. Function, my function, xy, return this dot x plus this dot y. That this is required to reference the parameters in the parentheses. No. So I'd say stick to one language for right now. And yeah, so what you wrote out is function foo xy, and you did this. Now let's say you had done, and this is why I say just learn one language for right now, because JavaScript has some weird rules about this. This in JavaScript can refer to different things depending on how you call the function. So if you say new foo, if you say just foo, if you say foo.bind or foo.apply or foo.call, in all of these cases, this can refer to something different, or you can make it refer to different things. So yeah. I don't want to scare you or seem like an all-knower, but frequent tingling in hands or feet is not good. Yeah, it's not frequent. This hasn't happened too often. I think it's because I like roll my feet against the floor when I'm just sitting down. I really shouldn't be doing that. More information than you ever wanted to know about Adam13531. This is the stream where you'll find it. Okay, so let's see. Did this get fixed? No, apparently not. Why is this happening though? Received game state. Oh, this is happening for the single player server. Oh, darn it. Okay. So, how do we handle this? We say received game state. In here, we say this dot game state equals null. Well, not util.exist this dot game state. Then null, otherwise get it. That's going to produce an error at some point. So now that'll be null. So we only reset this when we know for sure that we just got that. Okay, yeah, good. And this is client code, so we shouldn't run into a problem with having to restart the server. But what's going on here? Why is this 20 seconds? Man, sometimes I don't like this. Okay. Yeah, let's wait for the build to finish. And then somehow in here, I got onto the server. I don't know how that happened, because this should have been the same bug. Should have been no possible way for that to take place. You should lean back and forward while you stand so your toes get blood circulation. That's what we did in the military. Huh, interesting. I do shuffle around a bit. I wonder if that'll help. Okay, let's try this again. So we refresh this page. Now we shouldn't get that error that we got the first time. Let's see. Good. And now I connect over here as Adam7. And now I am online. Good. Okay, so this is considered to be part of the game, and now the game's over. So now the next match is going to start. So we can't deploy right now, and we can't deploy when the next match starts yet. But whatever, let's try this out. Let's deploy. Let's just hit load. No, we can't do that. We got to make a... Oh, man. This is going to be hard to time everything correctly. So let's just deploy Ultra Killer bots with thrusters and missiles. And we'll hit auto deploy and save. And we'll do the same thing over here. We've got, what, 20 seconds to do this? So plenty of time. Missiles and thrusters, auto deploy. Okay, 10 seconds, then we can test this out. So the leaderboard should be at 0. They are, but not everyone has a score. That's a problem. We'll need to fix that. But yeah, let's hit deploy, and let's hit deploy, and hope that they get kills. So good. We see kills. Now as soon as the game ends, the arena should be... No. The arena should just freeze. Good. Then as soon as this timer hits 0, it should wipe the leaderboard and it should wipe out the entire arena. Let's see if that happens. Oh, perfect. I didn't expect that to work. Nice. Nice. So when do you reckon you'll release your game and make millions, Adam? Well, I can only comment on the first part of that, which is when will I release, and that'll be in 2017 sometime. And then can someone help me with this code in Java, which is here. So the ifs are never executed. I don't know why. Okay, so first of all, is there a formatter for this? Can I? Yeah, that's better, I guess. So let's see, you go over each character, you print out the character first, and then you check to see, is that character an exclamation point? If so, print not that character. So first of all, if you had a string that was just exclamation point, then what you're going to end up printing out here is 2 exclamation points. So just keep that in mind. Oh, by the way, yeah, so the reason this doesn't work is because, well, possibly, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've used Java, but I think when you're comparing strings, you need to do dot equals. So try that, Skynet, and then I can explain why that's happening, if that works. Adam, don't doubt yourself, you're the Iron Man. It's just because of this blue light in my chest that makes me Iron Man. Oh, it's not dot equal, it's dot equals, I believe, yeah. Okay, so then the only problem that we have right now is that when we wipe the leaderboard, we're not replacing it with anything. How does this happen? Okay, let's try refreshing this page and then hitting tab. We should see a bunch of players on the leaderboard. Okay, good. Now let's see if we can type this fast enough. Debug main.debug store.dispatch. No, we can't type this fast enough. Okay, that was worth a shot at least. So let's go to action temp and figure out what we need here. We need wipe leaderboard. Yeah, this one. So let's go back to here. And now the leaderboard will have already been screwed up, I think, right? No, we still have time. Dispatch type wipe leaderboard. Okay? Yeah, okay, that is the problem. So when we wipe the leaderboard, we are literally like just deleting everything, and that is not totally correct. We need to do, so I'll write this down. Bug wipe leaderboard is not just setting everyone to 0. You're testing references as a string content when you equals a string. And yeah, so Skynet, I don't know if you've ever been told about pointers and references to objects, but there's the whole concept of when you say in Java, string hello equals, well, let's name it like message equals hello. What you're doing is you're making a pointer that points to some value. So here's the string hello, and it exists over here. And then here is message, and all message does is it points to this. So when you say equals equals, you're comparing the pointers, or yeah, you're comparing to see if the pointers are pointing to the same place in memory, not checking a semantic equals of are the contents of these things the same. Oh, it says I know. Okay. By the way, when you worked in Microsoft, what did you do? I was a tester for Windows. So, well, I was a software development engineer in test. So I wrote test code, and I was in the security team. So wipe leaderboard is not just setting everyone to 0. Actually, I don't want it to set people to 0. Really, the real bug is after wiping a leaderboard, I don't add the players who are in the game. And did you go straight into game development when we're learning Python? I remember you showing me your game. I'm basically solving simple problems like sorting items in a list, using different modules, etc. But I really want to get involved with game development. Did I go straight into game development? No. I also didn't start with Python though. But if you want to get into game development with Python, look up Pygame. And I'd say, yeah, the simplest thing you could do is just try moving a rectangle around the screen. Just make it so the up arrow moves it up and the left arrow moves it left, and down and right work the same way. Yeah. And from there, you'll be able to make small changes to all of these different things. Okay, so after wiping a leaderboard, I don't add the players who are in the game. I think that doing this shouldn't be too bad. Where do I call wipe leaderboard from? Here and here. This one, I don't want to fix it necessarily, but here I definitely do want to fix this. So we reset all player stats, then we add them to the leaderboard again. Does that even make sense? So there should be a player entered arena. Let's put a bookmark here, and then there's a received a player object. Update player in leaderboard. Yeah. So what we need to do is this. Add all players to leaderboard. And then we say we need to iterate over everything in the player depot. I don't like this. I don't like it. Let's take a look at what we have here. Do we ever do this in any other fashion? Nope. Oh, wait. No, we don't. Okay. Well, we could.